मत मतदान करण्याचा चला भारतासाठी सत्यम भारत शिवम भारत
हेलो
बहारा गुलिस्तान भारत हर जन का कल्याण
भारत আমি সত্যি ধরি সত্যি আমাকে আনন্দ আছে আমি সত্যি ধরি সত্যি
Hello, check one, two, three. 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 Hello, hello, mic testing one, two, three. Hello, testing one, two, three. Hello. Hello, check one, two, three. Hello, check one, two, three. Hello. Hello, check one, two, three. Hello, check one, two, three. Hello, mic testing one, two, three. Hello, testing one, two, three. Hello. Hello, check one, two, three, three. Hello.
में सजा ये भारत,
सबसे बड़ा त्योहार हमारा,
यही कर्तव्य अधिकार हमारा। मतदान देने जाएंगे भारत के लिए, भारत के लिए।
भारत है मुझमें, मैं ताकत हूँ, ताकत है मुझमें।
पक्षपात ना धर्म जाति ना कोई जात ना भेदभाव, हम भारत के मतदाता है, हम भारत के निर्माता है। मतदान मतदान देने जाएंगे भारत के लिए, भारत के लिए।
सुरों से सजा
कई रंगों से बना तिरंगा,
कई बोलियां कई भाषाएं,
एक सूर में बंधी आशा। मतदान देने जाएंगे भारत के लिए, भारत के लिए।
भारत है मुझमें, मैं ताकत हूँ, ताकत है मुझमें।
एक लक्ष्य है भारत के निर्माण का, एक वचन है सर्वदा सर्व सम्मान का, सर्वगुण भारत के संविधान का, वासुदेव कुटुंब के अभिमान का। मतदान देने जाएंगे भारत के लिए, भारत के लिए।
सत्यम शिवम शिवम भारत,
भक्ति भारत, शक्ति भारत। रौन के बहार गुलिस्तान भारत, हर जन कल्याण। मतदान देने जाएंगे भारत के लिए, भारत के लिए। भारत है मुझमें, मैं ताकत हूँ, ताकत है मुझमें। मैं भारत हूँ, भारत है मुझमें। मैं ताकत हूँ, ताकत है मुझमें। मैं भारत हूँ, भारत है मुझमें। मैं ताकत हूँ, ताकत है मुझमें।
प्रेम मेरा देश के लिए है, धड़कता दिल मेरा देश के लिए। सो आज वचन है मेरा, सो आज वचन है मेरा। हम वोट देने जाएंगे, हम वोट देने जाएंगे देश के लिए, देश के
कितनी मुश्किल हो समय, कितनी उलझने हो ये मन की। वोट देने जाएंगे देश के भारत के सम्मान का जाति धर्म से ऊपर बढ़कर
वोट देने जाएंगे देश के लिए, हाँ देश के लिए।
मैं सजग एक मतदाता भारत की मैं शक्ति हूँ
देश के लिए है धड़कता दिल ये मेरा देश के लिए। सो आज वचन है मेरा, सो आज वचन है मेरा। हम वोट देने जाएंगे, हम वोट देने जाएंगे देश के लिए, हाँ देश के लिए।
कितनी भी मुश्किल हो समय की, कितनी भी उलझन हो ये मन की, वोट देने जाएंगे देश के लिए, हाँ देश के लिए।
सपनों को देने जाएंगे देश के लिए। लरज़ता प्रेम में
मैं भारत हूँ, भारत है मुझमें, मैं ताकत हूँ, ताकत है मुझमें। मैं भारत हूँ, भारत है मुझमें, मैं ताकत हूँ, ताकत है मुझमें। हम भारत को नतमस्तक है, हम योद्धा के दो हस्तक है। हम भारत भाग्य विधाता है, हम भारत के मतदाता है। मतदान मतदान देने जाएंगे भारत के लिए, भारत के लिए।
आपकी ओर जागृता ये भारत,
लोकतंत्र में सजा ये भारत,
सबसे बड़ा त्योहार हमारा।
यही कर्तव्य अधिकार हमारा। मतदान मतदान देने जाएंगे भारत के लिए, भारत के लिए। भारत है मुझमें, मैं ताकत हूँ, ताकत है मुझमें। मैं भारत हूँ, भारत है मुझमें, मैं ताकत हूँ, ताकत है मुझमें। मैं भारत हूँ, भारत है मुझमें, मैं ताकत हूँ, ताकत है मुझमें। हम भारत को नतमस्तक है, हम योद्धा के दो
Respected advisors of the organizing committee, esteemed guests, representatives of Election Management Body of Bhutan, senior officers from law enforcement agencies, academicians, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a very warm welcome to you all. On behalf of the Office of Chief Electoral Officer, Uttar Pradesh, I, Garima Swaroop, OSD, would like to welcome you all in the one-day international conference on maintenance of law and order in elections in association with India International Institute of Democracy and Election Management, Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia National Law University, and Indian Institute of Management, Lucknow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our distinct honor to welcome the dignitaries to our event today. We would like to officially welcome you and request you to please grace the stage. To present the Tulsi plant to our honorable guest, Professor Dr. Amarpal Singh Sir, as a token of our appreciation, I now invite respected CEO Sir to please do the honors. Now, I would like to request Shri Pawan Patel, SDM, to do the honors of presenting the Tulsi plant to our respected CEO Sir, Shri Navdeep Rinwa. Now I request Shri Kartikeya Singh, SDM, to offer Tulsi plant as a token of our respect to respected ACO Sir, Shri Akhand Pratap Singh. Before we actually commence with our conference, let me give you a brief about this one-day international conference. The purpose of today's international conference is to provide a global platform for discussing the challenges of maintaining law and order during elections and to develop practical solutions for ensuring free, fair, peaceful and credible electoral processes. This conference seeks to bring together election administrators, law enforcement agencies, legal experts, academicians, policymakers, and technology professionals to examine emerging threats such as electoral violence, voter intimidation, misinformation, cyber risk, misuse of money and muscle power, and other challenges affecting electoral integrity. It aims to facilitate the exchange of international best practices, comparative experiences, and innovative approaches in electoral law enforcement and security management. The conference also intends to strengthen institutional capacity, promote research-based policy recommendations, enhance transparency and public trust in elections, and contribute to the development of effective frameworks for safeguarding democracy through peaceful and secure elections. To get started, I would like to introduce respected ACO Sir, Shri Akhand Pratap Singh, to share a few words of welcome to you all to this international conference. Sir is a senior officer of 2010 batch of the Indian Administrative Service, Uttar Pradesh cadre. Holding a postgraduate degree in chemistry, he has served in several key administrative and development assignments across the state. Includes positions of Chief Development Officer, District Magistrate, Managing Director, Uttar Pradesh Jal Nigam, and Chief Executive Officer, Uttar Pradesh State Rural Road Development Authority. He currently serves as Secretary Election Department, Government of Uttar Pradesh, and Additional Chief Electoral Officer, Uttar Pradesh, playing a significant role in electoral administration, governance, and public service delivery in the state. Known for his administrative leadership and commitment to good governance, Sir has contributed extensively to rural development, infrastructure management, water resources, and election administration. I now invite ACO Sir to the stage to deliver our welcome address. Please give him a big round of applause.
Thank you, Garima. Honorable CEO Sir, distinguished delegates, honored guests, fellow electoral administrator, a very warm welcome to all of you to this international conference on maintaining law and order during election. It is a privilege for the Office of Chief Electoral Officer, Uttar Pradesh, that conducts arguably the world's single largest sub-national election in Uttar Pradesh, that is the assembly election or the parliamentary election, to host this gathering of the global minds. Nowadays, free, fair and peaceful elections are the bedrock of the democratic governance, yet across the democracy, the challenges of the maintaining law and order during election remains acute and revolving. Nowadays, we are continuously facing some of the main problems that are like this: rising incident of the electoral violence, voter intimidation, and booth capturing undermine the public trust. This is the biggest challenge nowadays. And another one is the misinformation and the social media incitement now proceed and occupy the polling in the way and demand fresh thinking. This conference is also working on this, and we are very hopeful we will receive a very delightful and very thought process on this. International experience, what the international arena experience in the maintenance of the law and order during election, success and failures and offer lessons that we cannot afford to ignore. These all should be addressed during this conference. Nowadays, Uttar Pradesh has over 15 crore registered voters spread across the 75 districts. Managing law and order across this vast, diverse states calls for the meticulous planning, multi-agency coordination, and community engagement. In the recent election cycle, we have deployed what we have engaged during our election machinery, sector-wise micro-observer and flying squad for the real-time monitoring. Second one is the integrated command and control center, linking police, paramilitary and civil administration. Some apps are also used for the monitoring of the entire electioneering, that is the C-Vigil, the ECI, citizen reporting app, which are the transformed responsive enforcement. Over the course of our session, we will explore these things, preventive deployment strategies and the threat intelligence framework, role of technology, that is the AI surveillance, drone monitoring, AI analytics and social media analytics. Third one is the model code of conduct enforcement and swift adjudication of the complaints and engaging the civil society and political party as a partner in the peace. And the last one is the post-election reconciliation and the trust rebuilding. I urge every delegates to share candidly what they think, what worked, what did not work, and what you do differently. Let us commit that the outcome of this conference is not merely a declaration, but an actionable framework that each participating jurisdictions can adopt and implement. Peaceful elections are
just an administrative achievement nowadays.
Not just an administrative achievement nowadays. These are the gift to the citizen we serve. I wish all the delegates productive deliberations and look forward to rich insights that will emerge from our collective wisdom. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for such a warm and informative welcome address. Distinguished guests, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, we are truly honored to have Sir Sri Narendra with us. Sir is the senior officer of the 1999 batch of the Indian Administrative Services Uttar Pradesh cadre. An engineering graduate with the background in computer science, he has held several key administrative positions in both the government of Uttar Pradesh and the government of India. During his distinguished career, he has served as district magistrate in multiple districts, divisional commissioner of Ayodhya, Meerut and Aligarh divisions, and held important assignments in the ministries of Health and Family Welfare, Ayush, and Chemical and Fertilizers under the government of India. He has rich administrative experience of working in the field as a sub-divisional magistrate, looking after revenue administration, as well as law and order, and as a chief development officer responsible for rural development in a district. He has served as an administrative head of district in 8 different districts of Uttar Pradesh, the most populous state of India. He has worked in the state government secretariat in various departments as well as in the federal government of India. He has been involved in policy making and in scheme design in the pharmaceutical sector. He has conducted elections as a returning officer in state assembly elections and in parliamentary elections. He has also worked as a district election officer and as an election observer in many elections. Currently, Sir is serving as Principal Secretary, Election Department, Government of Uttar Pradesh, and the Chief Electoral Officer, Uttar Pradesh. Recognized for his leadership, administrative expertise, and commitment to good governance, he has made significant contributions to public administration, electoral management, infrastructure development, and citizen-centric governance. Without further ado, I would like to invite respected CEO Sir to the stage to officially open our international conference and grace us with the opening remarks. Please join me in a warm round of applause to welcome Sir to the stage.
Thank you very much. Professor Dr. Amarpal Singh Ji, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia, National Law University, Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh, distinguished delegates, representatives of election management bodies, officers from law enforcement agencies, academicians, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to all of you. It is a great pleasure to address this distinguished gathering at the Conference on Maintenance of Law and Order in Elections. I sincerely thank you for your presence and for your commitment to strengthening democratic institutions and electoral processes. Elections are not merely administrative exercises. They are the means through which citizens express their will, shape public policy, and hold institutions accountable. The credibility of democracy depends on whether people trust that elections are free, fair, peaceful and transparent. Protecting that trust is one of the most important responsibilities of every election management body. In the 21st century, conducting peaceful elections has become increasingly complex. Electoral violence, cyber threats, misinformation, political polarization, organized crime, and declining public trust have created new challenges for democracies across the world. These challenges require a comprehensive and forward-looking approach to electoral security. This conference is taking place at a significant moment for India. India has assumed the chairship of the Council of Member States of International Idea for 2026. And the Election Commission of India has taken up this responsibility with the theme Democracy for an inclusive, peaceful, resilient and sustainable world. This theme is highly relevant to our discussions today. As the world's largest democracy, India conducts one of the largest peacetime management exercises anywhere in this world. Millions of personnel, security forces, polling stations, and electronic voting machines must be coordinated across diverse geographical, linguistic, social and cultural settings. Ensuring law and order in such a setting requires careful planning, strong coordination, and constant innovation. Election Commission of India asked the Office of Chief Electoral Officer, Uttar Pradesh, to conduct a study on the topic of law and order in elections, a global study comparing the situation and the innovative measures that are taken by various election management bodies across the world. This study covers more than 35 countries and over 70 case studies. It shows that while electoral systems differ, many security challenges are similar across democracies. The study highlights three essential pillars of electoral security. First, prevention. Risk mapping, identification of vulnerable locations, community outreach, voter awareness, and intelligence-led interventions help stop disturbances before they occur. Preventing violence is always better than responding after the fact. Second, preparedness. Effective preparedness requires trained personnel, clear standard operating procedures, integrated control rooms, strong communication systems, and contingency planning. It also means being ready to address cyber attacks, deep fakes, and digital misinformation. Third, public trust. Citizens must believe that election institutions are impartial, professional, and able to ensure a level playing field. Trust is built through transparency, accountability, prompt grievance redressal, and visible enforcement of election laws. Technology has become both strength and a challenge. Tools such as CCTV surveillance, GIS mapping, real-time dashboards, artificial intelligence, and data analytics can greatly improve monitoring and response. At the same time, deep fake videos, social media manipulation, cyber attacks, and foreign interference can weaken confidence in the electoral process. Election authorities must keep adapting to these new realities. The study also reminds us of the importance of protecting vulnerable groups, women, senior citizens, persons with disabilities, minorities, and marginalized communities must be able to participate safely and with dignity. A truly successful election is one in which every eligible voter can exercise the franchise freely and fearlessly. The global experience shows that democracy has all the answers. Every country has lessons to share, and by learning from one another, we can strengthen our collective ability to protect elections. I encourage all participants to engage actively, share their experiences, and contribute to a stronger global understanding of electoral security. I deeply appreciate the officers, researchers, experts, and institutions who have contributed to this important study. Their work will serve election administrators and policymakers for years to come. Let us reaffirm our shared commitment to democratic values, peaceful elections, institutional integrity, and public trust. Together, we can build electoral systems that are inclusive, peaceful, resilient, and sustainable. With these words, I once again warmly welcome all participants and wish this conference to be a great success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. As our conference has officially started, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce our first esteemed guest speaker, Professor Dr. Amarpal Singh, sir, who will be sharing with us today his words of wisdom on constitutional and statutory frameworks governing law and order in elections. Sir is the Vice Chancellor of Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia National Law University, Lucknow. He is widely recognized for his expertise in constitutional law, environmental law, and legal philosophy. He possesses near 4 decades of experience in legal education, research, and institutional leadership. Prior to assuming his present position, he served as the Dean of the University School of Law and Legal Studies at Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University. His professional career includes 11 years in industry and 28 years in teaching and research. Sir has authored 4 books, published over 60 research papers in reputed journals, and delivered more than 200 invited lectures and presentations in India and abroad. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and give a very warm welcome to our first guest speaker, Professor Dr. Amarpal.
Deep ji started with that point only. So I'll start with that. We are a democratic system. Generally, democratic system is supposed to be marked by lot of inconsistencies, contradictions, sometimes even inefficient. People generally believe that totalitarian systems are more efficient in terms of executing developmental processes or other things. In fact, it was Churchill who said that Democracy is the, I have 20 minutes and I'll try to cover everything. So I'll quickly move through this. Churchill talked about democratic system, saying that this is known to be the worst form of governance, excepting those that have been tried so far. So despite with lot of limitations that we face in a democratic process, this continues to be one of the most cherished formats of governance that serves and makes the rulers accountable to the common man. And makes the rulers accountable to the common man. If you look at that democratic process from India's constitutional perspective, we know that democracy is said to be the primary or basic feature of Indian Constitution. Those who have studied a bit of Indian Constitution, the doctrine of maybe knowing about the doctrine of basic feature. In fact, if you look at the preamble of the Constitution, it starts with the describing as to what kind of a state system we are ushering in, saying we the people of India having solemnly resolved to constitute India into sovereign socialist secular democratic republic is the expression that we find in the preamble itself. So apart from a judicial announcement that it constitutes a basic structure of the Constitution, in fact, this is one of the fundamental features that finds its space under the preamble of the Constitution itself, which is said to be a new statement or a statement of a new compact between the rulers and the commoners. So therefore, this democracy is something which is a very cherished ideal. And this goes almost without saying that democratic अभी इसको जो भी सीपीटी पहली पर रखिए इसको आप दूसरी तीसरी स्लाइड पे चले गए whoever is handling it keep it on the first right now introduction I'll take a couple of minutes in explaining all of that. So democratic system is sustained by free and fair elections. This is what we're talking about. And if it is not peaceful and transparent, we have started then talking about, the idea of democracy actually gets affected. Then the very idea of democracy actually gets affected. If you look at the size of electorate in this country, and Uttar Pradesh itself presents as the anchor person was talking about, one of the largest subnational elections that we hold in India. Right now said to be 28 crore population. Estimate. Figures are coming out. So this is a mammoth task by any standard to hold elections in such a diverse and a big country. In this context, one small point I tend to make by introduction. Democracy is not a finished product. It's a work in the making. You keep on improving democratic governance day by day. And it is never a perfect order. Whatever the perfection we claim to have it. But democratic process remains a process, a work in the making. In fact, Einstein during 1950s talked about the importance of democratization process, saying that if ever the history of 20th century would be written, it shall be written for the reasons of democratization process across the globe. Friends, if we extend that logic, 21st century, to my understanding, constitutes, or if ever its history is written, it shall be known for the democratic consolidation process that the entire globe is trying to achieve. So democracy is getting consolidated day by day. That is the point I am trying to make. It is not a finished product, and we shall keep on improving upon it. An election process is one element whose sanctity will determine the quality of democracy. That is, the introductory portion I wanted to talk about. When we come back to the constitutional and statutory framework, go back to Constitution Article 324, read it carefully whenever you find time, because every word in Article 324 is important. It talks about, I will not get into the technicalities, but will expose the major elements of the entire framework. Superintendence, direction and control of elections is entrusted to the Election Commission of India. Friends, just have a look at the entirety of this chapter in Constitution. Some 5-6 articles primarily, 324 to 329 primarily. It actually constitutes one single electoral roll for each constituency, which means that either it is a national election or a local election, doesn't matter. You have the same or a similar electoral role for the electorate. There is no exclusion as far as voting process is concerned on the basis of caste, sex, place of birth or anything of that sort. In fact, there are no reservation things that we talk about in the general scheme of the Constitution, excepting Article 331 and 332, which talks about some of the seats are reserved for SC and ST category candidates. There was a provision for 2 seats for Anglo-Indian community, which has been given away. So there are no reservations as such, excepting SC and ST category candidates. Right to vote, this is an important element that we need to understand and appreciate. Right to vote is neither a civil right or a fundamental right. It is primarily a statutory right, the implication of which is that this right, because it is provided by a statute, it can be regulated by a statutory process. So therefore, if there are problems, this right can also be compromised. Article 19 and Article 14 are important from the point of view of election management, because Article 19 provides those 6 freedoms to a common man, but then it also provides those grounds on which this entire freedom, the range of freedoms that we talk about, particularly Article 19(1)(a), right to free speech and expression, it can be, restrictions can be imposed on these freedoms, including right to free speech and expression, for the purpose of maintaining law and order. If you look at Article 19, Clause 2, it talks about 8 or 9 grounds on the basis of which these freedoms can be restricted, including free speech and expression. There are several grounds: sovereignty, integrity of India, decency, morality, and all that. Not concerned with that right now. Just that public order, as law and order, if we put it in a broader sense, then for that purpose, all kinds of freedoms are or can be compromised, can be regulated. Article 14 actually speaks of equality though, but primarily, from election management perspective, it speaks of neutrality of the security apparatus. That is the point that one has to take note of Article 14. When we talk in terms of superintendence, direction and control of elections by the Election Commission of India, and of course the officers associated with it, then there are 7-8 points that I have jotted down. I think we can move on to the next slide, please. Deployment of security personnel is one, and this all is done in the name of superintendence, direction and control of elections. That is something we need to just keep in mind as provided under Article 324 of the Constitution. Deployment of security personnel, monitoring of electoral offences. I'll come back to those offences as well. Issuance of instructions concerning campaigning and public meetings. So it's not that everybody can conduct any kind of a meeting without any regulatory element for that purpose. A regulation of polling and counting processes. All this has been provided under the Representation of People's Act, and I'll come back to that. The whole idea actually is expressed in what we call cooperative federal arrangement of election management. So it's not only the Election Commission of India, the state election machinery, the state police forces, the central armed police forces, and district administration, all of them, they constitute the primary machinery which arranges and organizes this entire election process. Friends, when we move on to because I'll just give you glimpses within 20 minutes, of course you cannot really talk in detail about all of that. Move on to the statutory element, then we have two primary laws on the subject. Next slide, please. Representation of People's Act 1950. Can I do that? Okay. No, this earlier slide. But doesn't matter if you are. I hope it is visible, but I'll just explain it. Representation of People's Act 1950, which primarily talks about the electoral rolls and voter registration process, and Representation of People's Act 1951, which actually talks about the electoral process, and therefore it governs the entire process of conducting elections, wherein you have prohibitions and do's and don'ts, and generally we talk about. So if you look at section 7 and 8 together of Representation People's Act 19, in the old IPC where we have article 144 onwards, 144 to 149, which talks about several provisions, several offenses, including writing, criminal intimidation. Hate speech is one element that generally is not really talked about, but it is not actually written in the form of hate speech as such. But if you look at article section 153A and 153 and 295A together, which is now replaced by BNS section 196 and 299. This is if somebody willingly seeks to create animosity on the basis of communal identity. So this is generally known as hate speech. So 153A and 295A of IPC, which is now, as I said, replaced by section 196 and 299 of BNS, they actually talk about hate speech. We need to understand and appreciate it. Obviously, every provision I will not be talking about, just exposing the major elements. BNSS, or what we call Bharatiya Nyaya Sanghita, that what is that? BNSS, Bharatiya Nagarik Suraksha Sanghita. We know CRPC is a primary instrument of law and order management. In fact, by 1973 amendment into old 1898 CRPC, we had included a separate chapter on. We had included a separate chapter on law and order maintenance, which is known to be one of the classics across the globe. In fact, there is no parallel of that kind of a provision across the common law systems. So it talks about several elements which help the election machinery in managing and controlling the electoral process. So preventive detention is a constitutional process. We have it under Article 22. It is permissible, and CRPC and now BNSS provides for preventive detention. There are processes of security bonds which function within the broad parameters of bail provisions. We know about that. Then there are prohibitory orders. Now police officers know about all of that. This is something that is the core element of law and order maintenance, even otherwise. And then crowd control measures is something that we now have under BNSS as well. In fact, if we talk in terms of crowd control systems that India has experimented, they are known to be one of the best across the globe. Crowd management is something that people learn from India. So for example, during Kumbh, Melas and all of that, the way we manage crowd is something exceptional across the globe. People come and study the ways we manage these crowds. So crowd and control measures now form part of BNSS as well. Apart from that, there is a process what we call declaring model code of conduct. This is primarily within the enabling provisions of Article 324 of the Constitution, which talks about superintendence, direction and control of elections. Within those powers, the model code of conduct is actually declared by the Election Commission, which do's and don'ts primarily. So it regulates campaign speeches, and we have seen it that some of the star campaigners were asked not to because their speeches were found to be outrageous or having elements which are not permissible. So therefore they were stopped from campaigning for say 3 days, 2 days, something like that. So campaign speeches can be regulated. Public meetings, of course, this is something which is very common under CRPC as well. Processions and government resources, all that can be talked about within the parameters of model code of conduct. These are actually provisions which simply move on to specify and detail the processes under election management. And of course, we know this, that it prohibits hate speech, communal appeals, and personal attacks. Another 3-4 minutes, I should be, through this. Apart from these things, what I have covered, constitutional provisions, Representation of People's Act 1950 and 1951, then election rules 1961, and then IPC and CRPC, and then model code of conduct. These are the major elements of provisions that constitute the basic frame of law and order maintenance during elections. Apart from that, because Indian judiciary has done tremendous work in managing, regulating, providing specifications about variety of things that happen in this country. So election management is another area in which judiciary has also done a lot of good work. And therefore, judicial oversight has also been a very dominant feature of India's election management. Though during election process, judiciary cannot intervene. There is no, because it is constitutionally prohibited. Any kind of an election process can be challenged only by way of election petition, and that can happen only after election process is over. So that is there. But within those parameters, judiciary has actually played the role of a oversight or overseer for that purpose. It has been a very robust judicial oversight that has managed the sanctity of electoral process in India. In fact, judicial decisions have expanded the authority of the Election Commission in taking proactive measures for protecting the integrity of electoral process. This is something we know. And particularly during recent years, during last couple of years, we must have seen that judiciary has intervened in with regard to deployment of forces, countermanding elections, in exceptional circumstances, of course, because generally this is not permissible under the Constitution, restricting unlawful campaigns and measures against electoral corruption and violence. And this has helped in ensuring free and fair and transparent election process in India. Friends, I'll just finish it in another couple of minutes. The last slide as to my concluding observations that I would like to make for the purpose of summing up the entire process. Friends, this is something that we have started by saying that the quality of democratic system largely dependent on the quality of electoral system that we have. That is one point that we need to appreciate and understand. The constitutional and statutory framework for governing law and order in elections represents, if we talk in terms of India, one of the most sophisticated combination of constitutional principles, electoral legislation, administrative regulations, and judicial oversight. Four things that have actually managed the, and this is one of the, by far one of the best systems that we have across the globe. And the whole paraphernalia that we have, actually, it is speaks volumes as to our commitment to free, fair and peaceful elections. Friends, the last point I intend to make is that there may have been a lot of limitations and contradictions and inconsistencies and so forth in our election process, but the kind of a democratic experiment that India has made. In fact, if you recall early 1990s, there are records where British functionaries had warned Indian administrators during those days, Pandit Nehru and his cabinet and a lot of other responsible people at the helm during those days, that the democratic experiment that you are making may derail any point of time. And there are, some famous remarks by Churchill, very pejorative remarks, if you recall. But the kind of a democratic experiment that India has been able to conduct is something that I, as an Indian, feel is something that every Indian can legitimately feel proud of. Thank you so much for giving a very patient listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. We are so grateful that you shared your wisdom and expertise on the topic with us today. The material you covered was very engaging and thoughtful. Now we are going to show you an audio visual on III DEM and IIC DEM 2026. The India International Conference on Democracy and Election Management 2026 was a major global event organized by the Election Commission of India in January 2026. Upon India's assumption of the chairmanship of the Council of Member States of International IDEA for the year 2026. It focused on the theme Democracy for an Inclusive, Peaceful, Resilient and Sustainable World. The conference hosted nearly 100 international delegates representing 42 election management bodies globally, alongside ambassadors from 27 countries. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the audiovisual.
वर्ष 2024 और देश में 18वां लोकसभा चुनाव। कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी और कच्छ से कोहिमा तक एक ही उत्सव, एक ही त्योहार, चुनाव का पर्व, देश का गर्व। आयोग ने सफल, सुगम और समावेशी चुनाव के लिए मतदान केंद्रों पर न्यूनतम सुनिश्चित सुविधाओं की भी व्यवस्था की। हमारा ध्येय कोई मतदाता पीछे न छूटे, जिसके लिए हमने हर वर्ग के मतदाताओं की सहूलियत के लिए कदम उठाए।
Every successful election begins long before polling day. It begins with preparation, with training, with knowledge, and with trust. Recognizing the importance of building electoral excellence, the Election Commission of India established the India International Institute of Democracy and Election Management, IIIDEM, on the 17th of June 2011. Since then, IIIDEM has emerged as a premier center of excellence for democracy and election management. Guided by a strategic vision, the Institute advances its mission through 4 interconnected pillars: strengthening national programs, expanding global engagements, advancing research and knowledge development, and promoting sustainable democracy and election management. At the national level, IIIDEM has strengthened electoral capacity through training programs, standardized learning frameworks, knowledge management initiatives, assessments, certifications, workshops, and conferences. Globally, the Institute has fostered democratic cooperation through international training programs, partnerships with election management bodies, bilateral engagements, and global democratic initiatives. A significant milestone in this journey has been IIIDEM's support to India's chairship of the Council of Member States of International IDEA for 2026. Further advancing global dialogue, IIIDEM hosted the India International Conference on Democracy and Election Management, IICDEM 2026, bringing together representatives from 42 election management bodies, more than 90 international delegates, thematic experts, and leading academic institutions from around the world. Through comparative studies, thematic reports, global best practices, and emerging thought leadership, IIIDEM continues to strengthen research and knowledge development in democracy and election management. Today, through its schools, centers of excellence, research initiatives, and international collaborations, IIIDEM is helping shape the future of democratic resilience. As democracies navigate technological transformation, artificial intelligence, misinformation, cybersecurity challenges, and evolving citizen expectations, IIIDEM remains committed to innovation, excellence, and future-ready election management. 15 years of learning, 15 years of leadership, 15 years of strengthening democracy. IIIDEM, strengthening democratic governance and election management worldwide.
Now, our next session is on emerging challenges and casual factors in electoral law enforcement and security maintenance. To take up this session, I would like to invite our esteemed guest speaker, Professor Dr. Chanchal Kumar Singh, Director, Center for Comparative Philosophy and Law Studies, Himachal Pradesh National Law University, Shimla. Sir is connected with us online. Prior to joining this university, he has taught at the Faculty of Law, University of Delhi for 9 years. He teaches constitutional law, human rights, legal philosophy, comparative public law, law and justice in a globalizing world, legal methods and research methodology, administrative law, legal systems, and judicial process and administration. Professor Singh has more than 18 years of full-time teaching and research experience. He has also contributed to various joint parliamentary committees and drafting of central and state legislative bills and laws. Professor Singh has so many feathers in his hat, which is difficult to be mentioned in such a short span of time. Thank you, sir. So without wasting any more time, please join me in a warm round of applause to welcome Professor Dr. Chanchal Kumar Singh. Thank you, sir.
Do I have to share PPT or am I sharing from there? Am I audible? Am I audible?
I am sharing, sir. I am sharing.
Okay.
सर आपको पीपीटी दिख रहा है सर? आर यू शोइंग पीपीटी?
It is partially visible. ये आपका दिख रहा है, ये आपको हम means है जो इसको आप minimize कर सकते हैं.
स्क्रीन शेयर कर दिया सर. आपको भी स्क्रीन शेयर है. इफ यू वांट यू कैन शेयर फ्रॉम लाइव प्रेजेंट फ्रॉम देयर.
I'm trying to share from there. Is it visible to you, sir?
Yes sir, yes sir.
I have shared my PPT from there, from my own system.
Yes, sir, the presentation is very visible now.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank
establishment or maintenance of law and order in orderly elections. Honorable Sri Nadi Rema, Chief Election Officer of the State of Uttar Pradesh, Sri Amit Ji, Deputy Chief Election Officer of Uttar Pradesh, and distinguished panelists who are available today and part of this event, dear participants, security personnel, election officials. Our topic today of essentially emerging challenges and altered factors in electoral law enforcement and security maintenance in global perspective. So, what I have identified altered factors generating or that generates or from where security threats originates opening challenges to holding and successful, peaceful, and fair elections. They can be categorized in several categories. Different threat challenges have different risk factors or many of these risk factors. So, sexual interests such as caste, religion, reason, and other vast risk religions, which is a reality in our society. They do hold and create security threats or challenges for our election process. The second category is organized organizations or crimes or gangs. Third, criminalization of politics, electoral funding and over money, use of state agencies and questions of impartial election process, new and emerging technologies, social media platforms, digital and cyber technologies such as social media, AI, etc. The next challenge of other factors that are related are from the events of cross-border invasions or migrations, then the terrorism and extremism, communal and other cultural factors. The challenges and threats are also posed not only to the election process but also to the personnel officers or officials of those who are employed in the election. They also have certain defects, certain challenges based on gender or otherwise, issues or otherwise. So if you look at the exceptional interest of the past can be and is undeniable fact in the social reality that they generate social challenge in the process or security challenge in the process of elections, and many times it leads to violence, aggravated violence, religion or communal identities, or similar to past identity and interest, could also lead to oppose such challenges. Organized crimes is a severe test. If we look at the participation in the state assemblies, there are more than 70% have different strategies or different kind of responses. So the first, and that the nature of response or actions depends on the nature of threat that and the degree of the threat that is perceptible or the viable data about which is or information about which is available. It starts with intelligence and precautionary actions can be taken in many cases, such as prevention, detention, and unlawful activities, or even criminal procedure laws under procedural laws. Then the preventive precautionary measures are taken. For example, what happens while some processions or meetings, election or public meetings prior or in pursuit of some election schedule are held. Rajiv Gandhi case is a good case where the security personnel, where the criminals entered the public meeting, which was a pre-election public meeting, and participants in the public meeting entered and who were actually suicide bombers. So they entered the arena and they carry out the assassination or the crime, heinous crime. So the precautionary measures are to be taken in this manner, and that is dependent mostly on intelligence. Then in many cases, preventive actions on reliable information and some cases the documentation can be taken. And when such incidents has happened, the reactionary measures, that is the corrective measures, can be and are taken. For this, several international, several bodies or foreign countries, election bodies have tried to develop modules or tools or by which these preventive or precautionary measures or reactionary or corrective measures can be taken. So, for example, the International Risk Management Register is there. In Australia, they have the risk matrix. They divide on certain criteria, and our own election commission have compiled those data in the form of election risk management manual. So, coming down to about the election security and ecosystem, the problem that is that our country faces, and that is natural, that the criminalization of politics, vested, isolated geographical area in vast countries, northeast, even in Uttar Pradesh, there are areas which are not easily accessible, caste-based, physical, and partisan local forces. Similarly, civil society role and different interest role are important. If we look at the management system of election, the hierarchy that is created by Constitution and the laws related to it, the Election Commission of India, though it has the constitutional mandate and duty to ensure free and fair election at central, parliamentary and state level, but it does not have its own personnel. It depends largely on and mainly on state bureaucracy, paramilitary, military, security forces drafted under its power under Article 324. So the problem of coordination and the dynamics of interest, different interest of political interest creates a huge problem for election commission and election officials. Then these can be seen, as I have already mentioned, politicization of politics in the sense that the criminal control and the entry of criminal elements, black money, and similar things. So the election process may be compromised, or its outcome may be delegitimized. So this present slide shows that how burden and of ensuring security in small and specific places during the election, including the managing crowds or meetings or processions, or that the police is involved and they have to handle. Similarly, a special problem that the security forces encounter during the election time while managing the vulnerable areas. So, elections, in conclusion, I would say that the elections are a sovereign process. Participants in the election must be treated in an equitable manner by both security forces and election officials. Reasonable and proportionate response to actions must be consistent, which cannot be influenced by or should not be influenced by arbitrary actors or political ideologies or affiliations or interests. In security operations, there is always a tension between operational security policies of need to being aware of the particular security threat and the public interests. Electoral process can face late-stage amendments to accommodate emerging legal operations or operational or political conditions that may arise in different elections. In many cases, the political dimensions of an election can create obstacles to otherwise seemingly simple security decisions because several interests are competing through party or ideologies or sectional interests. This feature of electoral process highlights that the potential frustration that can arise between or for security apparatus as well as the election machinery. Elections are a potent tool to diffuse conflict and create a means of finding negotiated resolutions. So the democratic elections are intended to facilitate peaceful power or constitutional power from one hand or to another hand. So if the election process is vitiated by security challenges or threats, these very conflict and expectation of transfer or legitimation gets compromised. Security is pervasive in this process and can affect both the actual and perceived legitimacy of election and therefore the transfer of power and the holding of power if the transfer does not happen and continue with the same party, the legitimacy that the public, it secures in the public eye. Then whether or not an election lifts a conflict out of violence or generates conflict is strongly influenced by the integration of effective security policies and practices in the very electoral process. So I will stop here, sir. Thank you. Thank you all for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your time and expertise with us today. Your insight on the topic will help us all in navigating the challenges in electoral law enforcement and security maintenance much more effectively. Thank you so much for sharing your amazing knowledge and experience with us. Our next session will be on strategic approaches to ensure transparency and security in electoral operations. Our very special guest speaker on this topic is a native of Bhutan, Mr. Govinda Subedi, Director, Department of Election and Civic Education, Election Commission of Bhutan. Sir is a Master of Arts in Public Policy from Murdoch University, Australia. He also holds a postgraduate certificate in Teaching Information Systems from Royal University of Bhutan. He has over 25 years of experience spanning education, election administration, policy development, strategic planning, governance, and democratic institution building. His key achievements include successful conduct of elections during the COVID-19 pandemic with zero transmission linked to election activities, contributions to electoral reforms, including the Rules on Elections Conduct 2022, and he is also a recipient of the Australian Development Scholarship 2011. May I now invite Mr. Govinda Subedi, sir, to share his wisdom and experience on the topic. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put your hand together for Mr. Govinda Subedi.
Okay, so this one. This way. Can you see? Okay. Delete. Windows. Okay. Good afternoon from Bhutan. Good afternoon, esteemed delegates of the international conference. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. I'm trying to share my screen from here. I'm finding some technical glitches. Please pardon me for this difficulty I'm facing.
Okay, sir. So we are sharing the presentation very soon.
Okay, so is it possible to share from there, ma'am?
Yes, sir, we are sharing it in a while.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you so much. So, meanwhile, I would like to thank the Triple IDM for inviting us for this important program, and then the Election Commission of Bhutan is truly grateful for getting this opportunity, and then having me getting participated in this program. My topic today is the strategic approaches to ensure transparency and security in election operations. I would, at the outset, I would like to state that my topic and then my presentation that I'm going to present here is not very well research based, as has been done by the previous two professors here, and my apology for that. And then the presentation is purely based on the experiences the Election Commission has experienced over the past years. Now, to go with this topic, strategic approaches to ensure transparency and security in election operations, I see this topic into two parts. The first one is the enhancing transparency and public confidence. And then the second part that I will be covering will be strengthening security and integrity of election operations. To go to the first part of the presentation, enhancing transparency and public confidence, how that can be achieved is my question. The first thing that I would like to state here is clear framework procedures and operational guidelines is one of the fundamental aspects of ensuring transparency. Because it is not only to have law in place, but it is also to do with how law can be studied, can be implemented clearly, and how it can be understood with clarity. And then the other aspect of the legal aspect is the accessibility, especially in terms of different groups of people in the society. Now, this one, I think we can also talk about having the accessibility in terms of accessibility for the people with disability and then the different groups of society. So in the case of Bhutan, if I may share the practice that we have in Bhutan, all the rules, regulations, laws, and legal documents are available in our website. And then also, recently what we have done is, in order to make it available to the people with visually impaired people who are also the part of the electoral participation, we have developed electoral laws, rules, and regulations in Braille format to make it accessible to this group of people. The second thing that I would like to state here is open communication on electoral process with the different stakeholders is very important aspect of ensuring transparency. Now, this can include how, when, and why decisions are made. And then now these decisions will have to be disseminated to the general public, including the voters. And having said that, now the transparency part of the electoral process is to do with the level playing field, because it will build up the people's confidence in participation, and then it will also be in a position to provide public information, and also removes uncertainty about the decision that is being made. The other thing that I would like to state here is, in the case of Bhutan, what we do here is we just we usually do the public outreach, or the open communication is practiced in the form of notifications, media engagement, and also with voter education programs. The other aspect to ensure electoral transparency is the stakeholder engagement, which is a very important part of the electoral process. Now here, the political parties and the candidates plays a very important role. And then the engagement of political parties and candidates and other stakeholders, including the media, even the observers, it is actually aimed at reducing the disputes at the later end, because now when we engage the political parties, the transparency is ensured in what the election management is actually doing, and then it will also promote ownership of their participation in the electoral process. Now, in the case of Bhutan, I would like to share here that we have a program called Bhutan Democracy Dialogue. This is a platform whereby the election management body, that is the Election Commission, comes in coordination with the political parties and organizes meeting frequently. Now, this frequency of the meeting actually usually takes place on a quarterly basis, whereby the political parties, whoever is registered with the Election Commission, they come together and then discuss problems and issues that they have faced, and then the coordination between the political parties and election management body, that is the Election Commission, is established. So any issues that they face will get presented in this platform, as a result of which these issues get resolved, and specific actions are being taken. So this is one aspect where we try to ensure transparency with the political parties. Now the other aspect is transparent counting and result management and publication of information is very important part of ensuring transparency. Now, if I may say about the result part of the election process, I would say that result declaration, tabulation, and compilation of result is the last part of the election process. Now, this last part of the election process is actually subjected to many skepticism, criticism, as well as speculations from among the public, because this is the time where it either pushes the political parties or the candidates towards the seat that they are actually vying for, and also this result declaration part is the most remembered part of the electoral process, I would like to say. And then in case of Bhutan, we have a structured system of result compilation, whereby the political parties and candidates, whoever attends the counting center, they are actually given access to the results in the form that once the returning officers, they verify the results and the commission endorses it, they are also given access to the result. And recently what we have done is we have developed a system called ERA system, that is the Electoral Result Administration System. Now the development of this system actually has been inspired by the Election Commission of India's ECI NET, whereby our few officials had visited recently to Election Commission of India, and then they have learned certain things, whereby we got inspired, and then we have actually come up with a system called Election Result Administration System. Now, through this system, what we are actually trying to do is the live result that comes from the polling stations and from the returning officers' constituency office gets tabulated, and as a result of which the online dissemination, online transmission of results takes place. So this has become a very important part of our electoral system at the moment, and I would like to say that we are confident that this system is going to be implemented, and it is being implemented because if I may share, currently we are already into the process of election for the municipality of two municipalities of Bhutan, that is Thimphu and Phinsiling, and then in these two elections we are using this system very efficiently. And then proudly I'm saying that this system is being inspired from the Election Commission of India, ECINET. Now, the other aspect of ensuring transparency in election is the effective complaint and dispute settlement system. Now, a trusted election system must provide a peaceful channel for addressing grievances. That is what I believe in, and then even my commission believes in. And in terms of preventing the election disputes, the Election Commission of Bhutan actually is having a system called Election Dispute Settlement System in place. This is a separate entity whereby the legal division of our commission, they form a committee, as a result of which whenever and wherever the election disputes arise, the committee will handle these issues and then resolve it within the election period. Now we have this system in place, which is very efficient, and then the system has been actually used since 2008 first parliamentary elections. And we have three different bodies at a different level. We have a body called District Elections Dispute Settlement Body at the district level, which handles the election disputes which arises in the Dzongkhas districts. And we have a Central Election Dispute Settlement Body that is at the Election Commission of Bhutan head office. Now, beyond that, now whatever the issues comes in the district level, the District Elections Dispute Settlement Body will deal with the issue, and if they are not able to do that one, the dispute actually is passed to the Central Election Dispute Settlement Body, which takes action accordingly. And then in the case where the Central Election Dispute Settlement Body is not able to resolve the issue and then give the decision, it is forwarded to the full commission, whereby the full commission is the ultimate authority of resolving the issue. Now, to say that about the election dispute settlement system here in our commission, I would like to say that the court doesn't have any jurisdiction during the elections, as a result of which the importance of this dispute settlement system is being used. So that is the first part of the presentation on strategic approaches to ensuring transparency. And the second part is about strengthening the security and integrity of electoral operations. Now, the important thing here is a secure management of election materials and technology and sensitive data is a very important part of ensuring election operations in a very secure manner. Modern elections require protection of both physical and digital assets. Now, the physical assets would include electronic voting machines. To share about the electronic voting machines, I would like to share that the Election Commission of Bhutan uses the electronic voting machine from India. And then recently also we have procured quite a good number of electronic voting machines, which we are expecting to reach our commission very soon. And then the other aspect of the secure management of electoral material is the ballot paper. Ballot paper actually requires complete secrecy, and this is very important part of ensuring security. And of course, the election results is a very important part of our electoral security. In the case of digital security, we have the database and digital assets such as voters database, which requires very efficient administration and handling. Because if in any case the data gets lost, the electoral integrity will be compromised. So in this case, what we are actually having here in our case is we have a very special administrator which deals with all these electoral digital database. And then the other thing is the other thing of ensuring security in the electoral operation is the robust procedures for voter verification and ballot security. So this ensures that there is no impersonations and there is no irregularities, and the integrity with accessibility is ensured. So therefore, in order to have smooth operations of the electoral process, in the case of in order to secure our ballot protection, and then procedures should prevent impersonation and irregularities while ensuring that eligible voters can exercise their rights freely and smoothly. The other very important aspect is the training of the election officials for ensuring accountability. Now, election is such a thing that a huge number of election officials will get deputed during the elections, and these officials are the ones who are the actual player in the field. And then, based on their actions, the success and failure of the elections can get determined. So, in this case, we have the opportunity, we have the practice of providing robust training to the returning officers, national observers, and all those officials, whoever is involved in the conduct of elections, such as media professionals, even the media arbitrator, the security personnel, etc. Now, the other thing is, at the polling station level, we have the polling officials and the presiding officers who also are given a specific training at least a day or two before the poll day. So we call it a refresher course, whereby these officials are thoroughly trained on how the poll has to be conducted and how the results are to be compiled and transmitted to the result counting center. So this is a practice that the Election Commission of Bhutan actually has in place. And then the other thing is the risk assessment, contingency planning, and incident response system is a very important part of securing our elections. And elections usually face operational, technological, even the environmental challenge. If I may sure, Bhutan has a very harsh weather condition, especially in winter, towards the places, especially in the higher altitudes, like we have a place called Gasha and Ha, where we experience heavy snowfall. So during these times, we can always expect that the electronic voting machines which we are using for conduct of the poll can get malfunctioned, as a result of which the contingency plan are being prepared. So contingency plan, when we say, we often think about having to have certain material in place whereby, in the case the EVM malfunctions happens amidst the conduct of the poll, this system should be in a position to help us carry forward the polling process. So the other thing is we also have to look into independent oversight bodies whereby the election monitoring can be carried out effectively. So continuous evaluation strengthens institutional learning and public confidence. And then now independent observation, internal reviews, and post-election assessment is also a very important part of it. To say about Bhutan, we have an electoral monitoring system, electoral monitoring unit, whereby different agencies are brought together and then they coordinate with each other and then they monitor the electoral process throughout, from the date of issuance of notification till the time the poll is, the result is declared. Now these agencies include the Royal Bhutan Police, the Royal Audit Authority, the Anti-Corruption Commission of Bhutan, the Royal Monetary Authority. Now, in order, why are we including all these agencies? Because these agencies have different functions to play. For example, if I talk about Royal Monetary Authority, it is a central bank which actually oversees the illegal transaction of funds during the elections, because illegal transaction of funds during the elections can create or can give opportunity to political parties and candidates to use their muscle power and money power. So in order to curb these issues, because a lot of corrupt practices are also expected during the elections, that therefore, based on the roles each agencies are having, we bring these agencies together along with the Election Commission, and then the effective monitoring system is established. So the other thing is, after the poll, after the election is completed, once the result is declared and then the petition period is over, we also have a practice of having some kind of research. Of course, this is not a very well-structured research, but it is a well-structured learning from experience program. Now, through this program, we try to identify what were the issues during the conduct of the poll, what could be done better, what went right and what went wrong. So after identifying all these issues, we come out with the recommendations, as a result of which these recommendations will help us in improving the system in the next elections. So with these things, of course, whatever I have said here is not a thoroughly research-based, but it is based on the experience of the Election Commission's work for so long after having conducted so many elections, which I have already highlighted in the beginning. So with this, what I felt was, after sharing this, my opinion is that, of course, this is not a very purely research-based or academic in nature. It might be of it might add certain value to the election administrator in different fields. So with this, I would like to close my presentation with the closing message for this conference, that electoral transparency and security are not separate objectives. They reinforce each other. That is what I believe in. A secure election without transparency and lack of public trust, while transparency without security may also lack risk integrity. So in the case of Bhutan's approach focuses on achieving both through strong institutions, inclusive participation, and continuous improvement. And I would like to thank you very much for patiently listening to me and then giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your valuable insights to the topic and sharing your experiences with us. We also want to thank you for joining us today. It was really an enriching experience. Next up, we are going to share with you few audio visuals on III DEM, General Elections 2024, and ECI Net app. In the audio visuals, we will be sharing the glimpses of success stories of III DEM and the general elections held in 2024. In the audio visual of ECI Net app, you will come to know about Election Commission Integrated Network, ECI Net app, which brings together multiple applications and databases used for various electoral processes. ECI Net app marks a significant step towards digital transformation in election administration and helps in strengthening the integrity and credibility of democratic processes. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the videos.
The Election Commission of India hosted the India International Conference on Democracy and Election Management 2026 from 21st to 23rd January 2026, the biggest global conference of its kind on democracy and election management. Held at Bharat Mandapam, New Delhi, IICDEM 2026 brought together delegates from 42 election management bodies, ambassadors and high commissioners from 27 countries, and experts from over 70 national institutions, creating a high-level platform for global exchange on the future of elections. The summit started with a formal reception where heads of delegations were welcomed by Chief Election Commissioner Shri Gyanesh Kumar, along with election commissioners Dr. Sukhbir Singh Sandhu and Dr. Vivek Joshi. The proceedings of the conference started with the inaugural session, where the Honorable Commission shared the ideas and set the tone of the three-day conference. Speaking at the session, CEC Shri Gyanesh Kumar spoke about the scale and magnitude of Indian elections.
India, as we say, is the mother of democracy. I should take you all towards a journey and explain as to how Indian elections become one of the largest exercise on planet.
The inaugural session also featured glimpses from the docu-series India Decides, produced in collaboration with Warner Brothers Discovery, capturing the scale and complexity of elections through powerful storytelling. The focus then shifted to the plenary session, where heads of election management bodies exchanged perspectives on global challenges for democracies and election administration. India also shared its thematic priorities for 2026 as chair of International IDEA. Speaking at the conference, Election Commissioner Dr. Sukhbir Singh Sandhu talked about the importance of elections across the globe.
Across continents, cultures and political systems, Elections remain the most powerful expression of popular sovereignty.
On the sidelines of the conference, the Honorable Commission held over 40 bilateral meetings with heads of delegations, deepening cooperation, sharing innovations, and strengthening partnerships. India also offered collaboration on technology platforms and training support through IDEM, reinforcing a commitment to practical, long-term capacity building. Among the standout moments of the summit was the launch of ECI Net, ECI's one-stop digital platform integrating 40+ apps and portals into one seamless platform. ECI Net is designed to strengthen transparency and trust with cybersecurity at its core. Speaking at the launch of ECI Net, Election Commissioner Dr. Vivek Joshi talked about the use of technology in strengthening public confidence in the electoral system.
Our technology will continue to strengthen the electoral integrity while ensuring easy, secure, and equitable access to voter information, reinforcing public confidence in the democratic process.
Across the conference, 36 thematic groups were held. These were led by chief electoral officers and supported by leading academic institutions and domain experts. These sessions focused on deliberations on global electoral themes, standards, and best practices covering areas from electoral roll integrity to campaign finance. Delegates also attended an EVM demonstration, offering a hands-on look at India's electronic voting machine process and procedures, implemented and scaled across democracies. IICDEM 2026 concluded with the unanimous adoption of the Delhi Declaration 2026. A shared roadmap anchored on 5 pillars: purity of electoral rolls, conduct of elections, research and publications, use of technology, and training and capacity building, and a commitment to review progress and reconvene at IIDEM, New Delhi in December 2026. In his closing remarks at the valedictory session, CEC Shri Gyanesh Kumar talked about India's willingness to collaborate with the election management bodies for capacity building and technology.
India will be willing to have the exchange programs of electoral staff from your countries and as well as our countries. India will also be willing to share its technology in all sectors of the electoral process with each one of you present here.
The 3-day conference established a forward-looking roadmap for global electoral cooperation and reaffirmed a shared commitment to strengthening democratic institutions worldwide.
From election preparation to the declaration of results, technology is embedded at every stage of the election process. Over the years, the Honorable Commission has consistently leveraged technology to enhance the transparency, efficiency, and effectiveness of the election process. Election Commission of India now takes a quantum jump in the use of technology with the official launch of ECI Net, a comprehensive digital platform conceptualized under the guidance of the Honorable Commission to engage and facilitate citizen participation in elections of the largest democracy of the world. It has been developed in full compliance with the Representation of the People Acts 1950 and 1951, the Registration of Electors Rule 1960, and the Conduct of Election Rules 1961. The platform has been designed to serve over 1 billion electors across 1.1 million polling stations, spanning 28 states and 8 union territories, 543 parliamentary constituencies, and 4,123 assembly constituencies, available in 22 scheduled languages and English. This digital initiative of ECI has been developed to connect citizens, candidates, political parties, election officials, and brings key services like voter registration, electoral roll search, know your candidate, book a call with BLO, e-Epic download, polling trends, and much more onto one secure platform. The beta version of ECI Net was successfully piloted during the 2025 Bihar Assembly elections and the Special Intensive Revision SIR. Since its beta release, the platform has processed over 101 million registration forms with an average of 270,000 forms per day. More than 1.1 million booth-level officers are registered on the platform to verify electors on the ground. Over 1,500 million documents have been digitized through this platform during SIR. ECI Net is the world's largest electoral service platform as it brings all electoral services of the world's largest democracy together in one seamless experience by integrating 40+ apps and portals of the Election Commission of India, empowering a citizen to stay connected with ECI anytime, anywhere. ECI Net, improving transparency, efficiency, accountability, and trust. From election preparation to the declaration of results, technology is embedded at every stage of the election process. Over the years,
वर्ष 2024 और देश में 18वां लोकसभा चुनाव। कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी और कच्छ से कोहिमा तक एक ही उत्सव, एक ही त्योहार, चुनाव का पर्व, देश का गर्व। आयोग ने सफल, सुगम और समावेशी चुनाव के लिए मतदान केंद्रों पर न्यूनतम सुनिश्चित सुविधाओं की भी व्यवस्था की। हमारा ध्येय कोई मतदाता पीछे न छोड़े, जिसके लिए हमने हर वर्ग के मतदाताओं की सहूलियत के लिए कदम उठाए। 85 वर्ष से अधिक उम्र के बुजुर्ग और दिव्यांग मतदाताओं के लिए व्हीलचेयर, होम वोटिंग जैसे प्रावधान किए। अलग अलग जगहों पर विभिन्न तरह के पोलिंग बूथ बनाए गए, जिनमें महिला संचालित पिंक बूथ, इको फ्रेंडली बूथ शामिल हैं। इस उत्सव को सफल बनाने में हमारे सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स ने महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई, अपना अपना योगदान दिया। राजनीतिक दलों से लेकर पोलिंग स्टाफ तक, मतदाताओं से लेकर सुरक्षा कर्मियों तक, आप सभी का अभिनंदन।
अभिनंदन हम करते हैं उन सभी का जिन्होंने भीषण गर्मी में, कहीं तूफान में, कहीं पहाड़ पर फर्ज अपना निभाया। आप सबको हम सबकी तरफ से बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन।
Our next session will be on application of deterrence theory in electoral jurisprudence, a comparative global perspective. Our guest speaker will be joining us very soon. Meanwhile, we are announcing a short 10-minute break so that we could all get recharged for the upcoming exciting sessions. Thank you. And please ensure to take back your seats within 10 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Respected VC sir has to leave us due to some important prior engagements. Thank you so much, sir, for giving us your valuable time and experience. But before you leave, we would love to present you a memento as a reminder of your time here at this conference. May I now request CEO sir to please do the honors. Now for the next session, I would like to invite our next eminent guest speaker, Dr. Kumar Askan Pandey, who is also connected with us online. Dr. Pandey is a founding faculty member of Ram Manohar Lohia National Law University. Prior to joining this university, he was assistant professor at West Bengal National University of Juridical Sciences, Kolkata from 2004 to 2006. He is presently the Chief Proctor and Head Coordinator of the Center for Criminal Justice Administration at Ram Manohar Lohia National Law University. Having around 20 years of teaching experience, Dr. Pandey's research interest lies in criminal law, criminology, victimology, comparative criminal justice, law of evidence, media law, cyber law, women and law, research methodology, and juvenile justice. He is also a guest faculty in several academic and training institutes of national repute, including central and state training institutes, central universities, IITs, and NLUs. Dr. Pandey has authored authoritative treatises on criminal law, law of evidence, and juvenile justice. He is also a master trainer of the police forces in the state of Uttar Pradesh and Telangana. He was invited as a resource person in the zonal conferences on the 3 new laws organized by the Ministry of Law and Justice, Government of India, in the months of April and June 2024. Dr. Pandey will now take a session on application of deterrence theory in electoral jurisprudence, a comparative global perspective. Please join me in giving a very warm welcome to Dr. Pandey.
Thank you very much for a very generous and elaborate introduction. And also thank you for this opportunity to speak on a topic which is normally, usually not
सर आपका म्यूट हो गया वहां से शायद स्क्रीन सर म्यूट शायद है
all right.
Yes, yes.
I'm audible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Am I audible now?
जी सर, जी सर, जी सर. Yes.
I can't hear anything.
देखो म्यूट तो नहीं ना?
Now.
Okay, okay.
Now I can. So thank you very much for providing me with this opportunity to speak on this very interesting topic, that is application of deterrence theory in electoral jurisprudence, a comparative global perspective, because we have only 20 minutes time to have a discussion on application of this deterrence theory in electoral jurisprudence. So I may not be going into the depth and details of each and everything that I may be talking about. Now, one thing which I must emphasize on the very beginning is that normally in academic discourses, even in law schools and law, due to certain reasons, which it is not an occasion to discuss. Jurisprudence could not grow. When I say that jurisprudence could not grow, I only mean that there are not many decisions of the constitutional courts on those provisions that were part earlier of Indian Penal Code and now are part of Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. So when we talk about deterrence in electoral jurisprudence, we need to first remember what Mahatma Gandhi once very famously said about democracy. Mahatma Gandhi said, and I quote, "Democracy is something that gives the weak same chance as the strong." And in a country like India with great diversity, be it social status, be it economic status, democracy can only be preserved and conserved when the tenets are respected, and that respect can be enforced by instilling some kind of fear that if you as an individual or as a group interfere with the democratic process, you would be meted out deterrent punishment. Now let's see what deterrence is. In fact, deterrence is the prevention of a wrongdoing, normally an offense or a crime, by fear of punishment. Deterrence is based on the premise that severity and certainty of punishment will deter potential offenders from committing a crime. Deterrence is of two kinds. We know one that we call general deterrence, the other that we call specific deterrence. When we punish one offender, that may act as a deterrence for others in the society from committing the same kind of crime. That is the idea of general deterrence. And a specific deterrence is when the punishment discourages the actual offender from repeating the criminal act. That would be fear of further punishment, which prevents repetition, that we call the recidivism as far as commission of crime is concerned. Other than deterrence, there are other theories of punishment. For example, retribution, which is based on the need of just punishment for a wrong that is committed. An eye for an eye is the rationale, which is considered to be obsolete, outdated, not to be followed in any civilized society. Incapacitation, that is, physically remove the offender from society, imprisonment to prevent further crimes. Rehabilitation, reform the offender and enable re-entry into society as a law-abiding citizen. But we are not concerned with the other rationale, other theories, other ends of punishment. Rather, we are only concerned with deterrence in electoral jurisprudence. So let's see that what are the electoral offences under the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita 2023. In fact, from section 169 to section 177, you find a variety of electoral offences and also definitions of certain phrases that are commonly used in the electoral jurisprudence. For example, we have the definition of a candidate, we have the definition of an electoral right, and then the offences such as bribery and punishment thereof, undue influence and punishment thereof, personation and punishment thereof, false statements, punishment thereof, and then financial offences and punishment thereof. Let's now quickly look at these offences from the deterrence perspective with their definition as well as their punishment. For example, section 170 of Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, it punishes giving gratification with the object of inducing exercise of electoral right. Not only it punishes giving gratification, it also punishes accepting gratification as reward for exercising electoral right or inducing others to do so. Punishment is up to 1 year's imprisonment or fine or both. If that gratification is in the form of a treating, that would include accepting or offering food, drink, provisions, etc. The law provides for punishment of fine alone, meaning thereby if the gratification is in the form of treating, no imprisonment thereof. Now let's do some deterrence analysis. What is the severity of punishment? 1 year imprisonment. That severity is moderate. It is sufficient to deter casual bribery, but may not deter organized vote buying networks. It's not only severity, I told you that certainty of punishment. Certainty is low because it depends on reporting, proof of object, definition of gratification, quid pro quo arrangements, something for something, which make it very difficult to detect and prove. Empirical evidence suggests that bribery remains endemic in Indian election despite legal penalties, though Election Commission, both at the central level and the state level, they have been working overtime to curb this menace. But as far as deterrence object is concerned, that is no doubt only moderate. Take the other offense, undue influence, that is dealt in section 171 and 174. 171 defines and section 174 provides for its punishment. The core offense is voluntarily interfering or attempting to interfere with free exercise of any electoral right. And it includes threats of injury to candidate or a voter, including belief in divine displeasure, spiritual censure. India is a spiritual country. Unlike many Western societies or even certain Asian democracies, India remains a country where people believe in spirituality and in certain religious beliefs as well. So not only threat of injury of a temporal nature, inducing belief of a divine displeasure or a spiritual censure, that if you don't vote or if you vote, you would be cursed by God, is sufficient in order to attract the offense under section 171 of Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, for which the punishment again is same, which is up to 1 year's imprisonment or fine. Not only 1 year imprisonment, not only fine, but similar to bribery, the degree of deterrence is modest. Because in no case, even if coercive or violent tactics are employed, more than 1 year imprisonment can be awarded by the competent court. Certainty is highly variable. It depends on victim's willingness to lodge FIR, proof of causation, witnesses' credibility. I already talked about the scope. It covers physical threats, communal fear, economic pressure, is extended to spiritual, religious coercion, which is innovative, no doubt about it. But there is a vague threshold between lawful persuasion and undue influence, which often affects predictability and then what we call the deterrent effect. Personation at election is one of the biggest menace and challenges before the regulatory bodies across the country. And the offense includes applying for voting papers in name of another person. Voting paper has been used, though now in general elections voting is by the electronic ballot, those machines, electronic machines. So this would be construed to include electronic voting machines as well, applying for voting papers in name of another person, whether that person is living or dead or is fictitious person. Having voted once, applying again at the same election in own name, double voting, such cases are taken very seriously by the election authorities, that a person has already voted and is again trying to vote in the same election. Even instigating, aiding, conspiring, that is abetting, or procuring or attempting to procure such voting in the name of another person, or voting again in own name, would be punished. Again, if you evaluate on the touchstone of deterrence, again, same as bribery and undue influence, up to 1 year imprisonment or fine or both. Severity assessment, if you do, it's inadequate. Personation directly undermines one person, one vote principle. One person, one vote principle. And deserves a stricter penalty. Often there are certainty challenges. And the abatement clause extends liability to party workers, election officials, poll observers who facilitate or may be negligent in verifying or checking personation, which again is a good general deterrent. Then false statements, illegal payments and accounts are dealt from section 175 to 177 of Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, publishing false facts regarding a candidate's character to affect election outcome. Punishment is fine only. Deterrence would always be weak. No imprisonment. That is a weak deterrence. Illegal payments, incurring election expenses without candidate's authority. The punishment is fine up to 10,000 rupees. Deterrence is moderate, of course. Amount may be inadequate for corporate spending. Election accounts, failure to maintain required records of election expenses. Punishment is again fine up to 5,000 rupees. Deterrence is very weak. Insufficient penalty for opacity, for lack of transparency, and a lax criminal liability for false filing. So challenges to effective deterrence are that there is low certainty of a punishment. Evidentiary burden remains very high because the law defining these offences uses these words like intent, object, gratification, which need to be proved beyond reasonable doubt, because we are talking about criminal liability. Then another challenge is political influence or interference. Narrow statutory definition. What constitutes gratification? It can include favors, liquors, meals, but often proof is very difficult and the boundaries are often vague as far as the definitions are concerned. A scale of offense is also something which the current law does not factor in, does not take into account, whether it is an offense committed by an individual or a group of individuals. Same punishment or same threshold has been prescribed for both. So these may be a few recommendations for strengthening the deterrent effect. Severity needs to be increased. Bribery, at least bribery, undue influence, personation must carry 2 to 3 years imprisonment. Certainty of prosecution and conviction must also be enhanced and ensured by fast-tracking electoral offences, by establishing special courts that would be sort of taking care of these offences. Asset confiscation and disqualification. Asset confiscation and disqualification is something that needs greater deliberation. Under the Representation of People Act of 1951, certainly disqualifications for certain corrupt practices is in vogue, but that applies only to candidates in the election. Now these provisions apply not only to candidates but also to electors or common voters. So this disqualification from voting rights may also be one mode of ensuring that the law remains deterrent or does not lose its deterrent effect. A dedicated electoral offense tribunal, I already said, may be established with the specialized judges. So in conclusion, deterrence remains the cornerstone of electoral offences, but effectiveness is weak under the current Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita 2023 framework. 1 year imprisonment, which is the upper ceiling across bribery, undue influence, personation, is utterly inadequate. Low certainty of punishment. Financial offences show progressive weakening in penalties, because failure to maintain election account or unauthorized expenditure that carries only 5,000 to 10,000 penalty as a punishment. So this severity needs to be increased. Certainty via fast track courts. Asset confiscation and disqualification of not only the contestants in the election but also the electors, because a democracy's credibility depends on fair elections. Effective deterrence against electoral offences is a constitutional necessity. So with this, I conclude, and once again I thank the State Election Commission for this opportunity to speak on this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Your insight on application of deterrence theory in electoral jurisprudence really resonated with us. Thank you for sharing your amazing knowledge and experience with us. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to refuel. We have arranged a fantastic lunch waiting for you just outside these doors. Enjoy your lunch and please be back in your seats before 2:30 p.m. so that we could start our remaining sessions. The remaining sessions will be taken up by ADG Law and Order, sir, experts from IIIDEM and IIM Lucknow, which are going to be very interesting and informative. So please make sure to take back your seats timely. Thank you. and gentlemen, please welcome our dignitaries by giving a standing ovation.
मैं भारत हूँ, भारत है मुझमें, मैं ताकत हूँ, ताकत है मुझमें, मैं भारत हूँ, भारत है मुझमें, मैं ताकत हूँ, ताकत है मुझमें। हम भारत को नतमस्तक है, हम योद्धा के दो हस्तक है, हम भारत भाग्य विधाता है, हम भारत के मतदाता।
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you have enjoyed your lunch. Our stage is now adorned with two more dignitaries, Shri Amitabh Yash Sir, ADG Law and Order, Uttar Pradesh, and Professor Kshitij Awasthi from IIM Lucknow. A very warm welcome to both of you in our one-day international conference. For an official welcome, I would now request respected ACO Sir to please present the Holy Tulsi plant to ADG Sir. Now I request Deputy CEO Shri Amit Singh Ji to please present the Holy Tulsi to Professor Awasthi Sir. Thank you very much. Now we move on to our next session. For this, may I now call upon our next eminent guest speaker, Professor Kshitij Awasthi, for sharing his insights on systematic risk assessment methodologies and vulnerability mapping in electoral administration. Professor Awasthi is Associate Professor in Strategic Management Area and Coordinator, Center for Public Policy at IIM Lucknow. He obtained his doctoral degree from IIM Bangalore. His current research interests are largely in public policy, including education policy, health policy, and micro-entrepreneurship. His research has featured in reputed global and national journals like the Business and Society, Asia Pacific Journal of Management, Economic and Political Weekly, Development Policy Review, the Economic Paper, International Social Science Journal, etc. Apart from teaching and training executives and government officers, he has undertaken several key projects from various departments of central and state governments. He has been actively involved in consulting and advisory with several government departments as well as international agencies like World Bank and UNDP in areas of planning, economic growth, and sustainable development. He is a recipient of C.K. Prahalad Prashasti 2022 and Distinguished Paper Award from Academy of Management USA 2016. Recently, his research paper on health belief and women education in India, published in the Economic Papers, was awarded the best paper for the year 2022 by the Economic Society of Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and give a warm welcome to Professor Kshitij Awasthi, sir.
Thank you so much, Madam, and thank you everyone here. Good afternoon. जो मंच पे डिग्नेटरीज हैं और आप सब लोग जो हमको सुनने आए हैं, आप सभी का बहुत अभिनंदन है यहाँ पे। तो जो हमारा विषय है, जो बृहद विषय तो इलेक्शन से रिलेटेड है, जिसमें हमारी वर्कशॉप लॉ एंड ऑर्डर के ऊपर हो रही है, तो उसी के अंदर एक सब टॉपिक है जो हमको जिस पे बोलने के लिए कहा गया था, वो है सिस्टमैटिक रिस्क मैनेजमेंट मेथडोलॉजीज वल्नरेबिलिटी मैपिंग इन इलेक्शन एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन. So we have to understand that it is important. एक बार पहले स्लाइड पे ही रहिए. So there is one thing that is written here is that an election does not क्या है? Election does not fall randomly. It usually falls in predictable ways, and particularly क्या है? Predictable places and predictable moments. So if you look at whatever इलेक्शन रिलेटेड प्रॉब्लम्स हैव बीन, जहाँ पे भी कोई हिंसा हुई है, कोई आगजनी हुई है, उनमें बहुत सारी जगह पे एक पैटर्न है, मतलब कि आप उसको समझ सकते हैं, आप उसके ऊपर एक्ट कर सकते हैं. तो ये रैंडम इवेंट हो सकता है, लेकिन ज़्यादातर वो प्री नोन इवेंट होता है या प्रेडिक्टेबल इवेंट होता है। तो एक कोफी अन्नान का जो पहले यूएन के चेयरपर्सन के क्या क्या बोलते हैं उनको, यूएन प्रेसिडेंट, उनका एक फाउंडेशन है, तो वो फाउंडेशन में इलेक्शन से रिलेटेड काफ़ी काम करते हैं। तो उनका ये कोट है जहां से हम स्टार्ट करेंगे कि इलेक्शन आर द हार्ट ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी, when conducted with integrity they allow citizens to have a voice in how and by whom they are governed. So इसमें एक ऑपरेटिंग वर्ड है और वो ऑपरेटिंग वर्ड है इंटेग्रिटी। तो किसी भी इलेक्शन की जो गरिमा है, जो उसके लिए सम्मान है, वो उस इंटेग्रिटी से आता है कि जिसमें जब वो वोटर वोट देने जा रहा है तो उसके लिए बिल्कुल सही माहौल हो, सही तरीके से उसकी गणना हो, सही तरीके से उसका कानून व्यवस्था उसके आसपास हो। तो उस दिशा में हम लोग थोड़ी सी बात करेंगे। सर नेक्स्ट है वो हमको दे दीजिए। तो इस टॉपिक के सिस्टमैटिक रिस्क मैनेजमेंट की क्या ज़रूरत है, तो ये इलेक्शंस आर टेस्ट ऑफ लेजिटिमेसी, नॉट जस्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव एक्सरसाइज। तो हाउ लेजिटिमेट योर प्रोसेस इज। हम लोग हमेशा बोलते रहते हैं कि इंडिया इज वर्ल्ड्स लार्जेस्ट डेमोक्रेसी, हम लोग इतने लोगों का चुनाव कराते हैं, इतने तरह के चुनाव कराते हैं। तो ये केवल एक एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव एक्सरसाइज नहीं है, ये बिलीफ है लोगों का, सो दैट दिस डेमोक्रेसी कीप कंटिन्यूइंग। ओके, दूसरा क्या है कि अगर कहीं पे भी प्रोसेस में रिगिंग है, जैसे कि आप आसपास के बहुत सारे देशों के चुनाव के बारे में सुनते जानते होंगे, तो वहां पे कई बार इतनी वाइड स्केल रिगिंग होती है कि पीपल डोंट नो कि कौन सेलेक्ट हो रहा है। एक ग्रुप ऑफ पीपल्स इन सम कंट्रीज ओनली आर्मी डिसाइड्स कि कौन बनने वाला है, लेकिन वोट नॉर्मली लोग देने जाते हैं। तो अगर प्रोसेस कॉम्प्रोमाइज है तो ये पूरी की पूरी इलेक्शन की गरिमा के ऊपर क्वेश्चन करता है। और कई बार डेमोक्रेसी ब्रेक डाउन भी हो जाती है, तो वो इंश्योर करना बहुत जरूरी है। सिक्योरिटी एनालिसिस कैन नॉट बिगिन डेज बिफोर पोलिंग, दे बिगिन, रिस्क हैव ऑलरेडी टेकन शेप। तो बेसिकली बहुत पहले से हमको वो रिस्क असेसमेंट करना है कि हम उसको जिस तरह से सोचे हैं वैसे कर पाए। तो दो चीजें हैं। एक रिएक्टिव ट्रैप है कि अगर कोई प्रॉब्लम आई उसके ऊपर हम सोल्यूशन देंगे, है ना, कि इलेक्शन की पूरी प्रोसेस में जहां पे भी रिस्क से रिलेटेड कोई चीज आई हम उस पर एक्शन लेंगे। दूसरा है प्रोएक्टिव, जिसमें हमारा जो सिस्टम है वो ज्यादातर इस पे वर्क करता है कि हम उसको एंटिसिपेट कर सके। आप में से ज्यादातर लोगों का अनुभव रहा होगा कि जब भी कोई चुनाव आने वाला होता है हम उसके पहले से चीजों को पकड़ने की कोशिश करते हैं कि कहां से समस्या आ सकती है। तो ये है एंटिसिपेट, आइडेंटिफाई एंड एक्ट अर्ली। सो ये है डिफरेंस बिटवीन अ फ्रेजाइल इलेक्शन एंड ए रेजिलिएंट इलेक्शन, दैट इज मेथोडोलॉजी। नेक्स्ट ये हमारे पास है, सॉरी। तो रिस्क क्या है? प्रोबेबिलिटी दैट अ स्पेसिफिक थ्रेट विल मटेरियलाइज मल्टीप्लाइड बाय इम्पैक्ट इट विल क्रिएट। ओके, सो एक रिस्क है लेकिन उसका इम्पैक्ट बहुत बड़ा हो सकता है। एक रिस्क है, उसका इम्पैक्ट लोकलाइज और छोटा हो सकता है। तो खाली हमको एक रिस्क की बात नहीं करनी है, उस रिस्क के पॉसिबल इम्पैक्ट की भी बात करनी है। तो लो प्रोबेबिलिटी लेकिन हाई इम्पैक्ट है, दैट इज स्टिल अ प्रायोरिटी रिस्क। वल्नरेबिलिटी क्या कहती है? वीकनेस दैट अलाउ थ्रेट टू सक्सीड और थ्रेट टू कंटिन्यू। तो कोई भी किसी भी तरह का जो सिस्टमैटिक रिस्क है वो खतरनाक हो जाता है अगर उसके करस्पॉन्डिंग वल्नरेबिलिटी। सो बेसिकली अगर आपको लगता है कि इस पर्टिकुलर लोकेलिटी में हिंसा की ज्यादा संभावना है और आपको पता है यहाँ पे आपने ये पर्टिकुलर लोकेशन है जहां पे हमने ध्यान नहीं दिया है, तो वो मल्टीप्लाई हो जाती है और वो प्रॉब्लम बनती है बाद में। तो इलेक्टोरल रिस्क क्या है? इलेक्टोरल रिस्क के दो एस्पेक्ट हैं, इंटरनल और एक्सटर्नल, आंतरिक और बाह्य। तो जो रिस्क जो आते हैं इलेक्टोरल प्रोसेस इटसेल्फ, तो जैसे कि वीकनेसेस क्या, इलेक्टोरल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, लीगल फ्रेमवर्क, लॉजिस्टिक्स, जो इलेक्शनियरिंग जिसको बोलते हैं उसी का पार्ट है। तो वो है इंटरनल रिस्क फैक्टर, कैसे लोग बैलेट बॉक्स को लेके जाएंगे पहले एक तरफ और फिर वापस, या ईवीएम मशीन को, कौन से लोग उसमें इन्वॉल्व हैं, कहाँ पे क्या नाम है पब्लिक का इंटरफेस है, वो सारी चीजें इलेक्शन की प्रोसेस के रिस्क हैं। दूसरे रिस्क है एक्सटर्नल रिस्क, जैसे कि जो इलेक्शन की प्रोसेस के बाहर के रिस्क हैं, जैसे कि कम्युनल टेंशन, आर्म्ड ग्रुप्स, पॉलिटिकल पोलराइजेशन या फॉरेन इंटरफेरेंस और ऑर्गेनाइज क्राइम। ये सारी चीजें जो इलेक्शन की प्रोसेस के ठीक बाहर के हैं और वो भी अफेक्ट करते हैं। तो 3 लेयर फ्रेमवर्क है। पहला फ्रेमवर्क है सिस्टमैटिक रिस्क असेसमेंट, व्हाट कुड गो रॉन्ग। सो हमारे साथ एडीजी सर हैं, तो उन्होंने मतलब उन लोगों के लिए रेगुलर एक्सरसाइज आप लोगों के लिए है कि सबसे पहले जहां पर भी इलेक्शन होने वाला होता है, आप पहले के डेटा के बेसिस पे, पहले के इंफॉर्मेशन के बेसिस पे क्या करते हैं कि उस थ्रेट को आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं, उसकी प्रोबेबिलिटी को भी आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं। खाली यही नहीं कि यहाँ मतलब जैसे कि अभी हम आगे दिखाएंगे कुछ हीट मैप्स वगैरह होते हैं जिनके थ्रू आप अंडरस्टैंड कर सकते हैं कि रिस्क क्या होता है। दूसरी होती है, तो पहला सिस्टमैटिक रिस्क असेसमेंट है, दूसरी वल्नरेबिलिटी मैपिंग है। हमने रिस्क और वल्नरेबिलिटी को अलग अलग दिखाया, कहां पे सिस्टम एक्सपोज है, मतलब कि वीकनेस कहां कहां पे है जिसको हमको टाइटन करना है। तो ट्रांसलेट रिस्क फाइंडिंग इनटू ज्योग्राफिक, इंस्टीट्यूशनल और ऑपरेशनल पिक्चर। तीसरा है टारगेटेड इंटरवेंशन। हर चीज इसी के लिए हो रही है, हर चीज इंटरवेंशन के लिए हो रही है कि प्रोसेस फेयर हो, लेकिन उसके पहले की वो 2 स्टेप इंपॉर्टेंट हैं। तो उसके हिसाब से आप रिसोर्सेज डिप्लॉय कर सकते हैं, सेफगार्ड मैकेनिज्म डाल सकते हैं, या उस पर क्या नाम है प्रॉब्लम को एड्रेस करने के और दूसरे तरीके ढूंढ सकते हैं। अगर पहली लेयर की बात करें जो सिस्टमैटिक रिस्क असेसमेंट है इलेक्शन से रिलेटेड, तो उसमें हम क्या प्रोटेक्ट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। देयर आर पीपल, जो रिटर्निंग ऑफिसर है, आईटी स्टाफ है, मिशन क्रिटिकल एसेट्स हैं, इंफॉर्मेशन है कि वोटर रोल्स, रिजल्ट डेटा, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जैसे कि पोलिंग स्टेशंस हैं, नेटवर्क हैं, और मटेरियल यानी कि बैलेट पेपर जहां पे हैं या ईवीएम जो हैं, और मशीन्स। ये सारी चीजें हैं जिनको हम प्रोटेक्ट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि यहां पे लीकेज नहीं हो। गलत क्या हो सकता है कि जो इंटरनेशनल आइडियाज इलेक्शन रिस्क मैनेजमेंट टूल, तो पता नहीं इसका भी किसी वक्ता ने जिक्र किया कि नहीं, तो वो जिस बॉडी के अंदर ये हमारा ये ईयर हो रहा है जिसमें इंडिया की अध्यक्षता है, तो वो उस बॉडी का एक 36 पैरामीटर का रिस्क फैक्टर है, जिसमें से 20 इंटरनल और 16 एक्सटर्नल रिस्क हैं, जिनको पूरी इलेक्टोरल साइकिल के साथ देखा जा सकता है। तो आउटपुट जो है वो स्ट्रक्चर्ड रिस्क रजिस्टर और रिस्क हीट मैप ये निकल के आता है। अभी हम थोड़ा सा आपको दिखाएंगे भी कि वो कैसा दिखता है, तो आपको अंदाजा लगे कि कैसे उसका यूज कर सकते हैं। और वेयर वी आर मोस्ट एक्सपोज, सो नॉट एवरी डिस्ट्रिक्ट फेसेस द सेम थ्रेट level of threat. Some national risk picture must become a local operational picture. यानी कि हमको ये अंडरस्टैंड करना है कि वल्नरेबिलिटी मैपिंग यहाँ से शुरू हो रही है, और वल्नरेबिलिटी मैपिंग क्या है वो अगली स्लाइड में है। वो ये है कि 5 कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री टेक्निक्स, हिस्टोरिकल पैटर्न्स ऑफ इलेक्टोरल वायलेंस एंड डिस्प्यूट। सबसे पहले आपके पास ऐतिहासिक डेटा है कि ये अमुक जगह है, यहाँ पे यूजुअली वायलेंस होता है, यहाँ पे यूजुअली बूथ कैप्चरिंग की कोशिश होती है। दूसरा क्या है, ज्योग्राफिकल मैपिंग ऑफ सेंसिटिव एंड कंटेस्टेड लोकेशंस। तो किसी और वजह से सेंसिटिव हो सकते हैं, रिलीजियस ग्रुप्स हो सकते हैं, पॉलिटिकल ग्रुप्स हो सकते हैं, बाहुबली हो सकते हैं, मतलब अलग अलग कारणों से वो ज्योग्राफिक एरिया डिफिकल्ट हो सकता है। स्टेक होल्डर एंड एक्टर असेसमेंट, कई बार क्रिमिनल नेटवर्क उसी में रहता है। प्रोसेस ऑडिट ऑफ क्रिटिकल इलेक्टोरल फंक्शंस, तो जो भी इलेक्शन से संबंधित जो कार्य हैं उनमें उनका ऑडिट इसका पार्ट होता है। और अर्ली वार्निंग सिस्टम, ट्रैकिंग इमर्जिंग रिस्क इंडिकेटर। तो कई बार क्या होता है, रिस्क इंडिकेटर चेंज होते रहते हैं। अब जैसे कि एक और उदाहरण हम अभी थोड़ा सा पीपीटी में लेंगे, वो इससे बात करता है कि हमारे कैसे समय के साथ ये जो पैरामीटर आपने शुरू में एसेस किए हैं, है ना, वो चेंज हो सकते हैं। तो प्रैक्टिकल आउटपुट क्या है, कंस्टिट्यूएंसी रिस्क रजिस्टर, हॉट स्पॉट बाय कास्ट, कम्युनल कॉन्फ़िगरेशन, राइवलरी इंटेंसिटी उसके हिसाब से करते हैं। पोलिंग स्टेशन क्रिटिकलिटी, जो एक जैसा नहीं, लेकिन हर पोलिंग स्टेशन के हिसाब से हम उसको अलग अलग तरह से चिन्हित कर सकते हैं कि ये किस तरह से है। और फाइनली जो क्रिमिनल रिकॉर्ड है, तो जैसे वो 5 चीज़ें हैं जो कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री टेक्निक्स हैं, उसके साथ हम उसका क्या आउटपुट निकाल सकते हैं इलेक्शन को अच्छा बनाने के लिए। ये है वो इलेक्टोरल रिस्क मैनेजमेंट टूल। तो ये ERM टूल इसको बोलते हैं। ये इंटरनेशनल बॉडी है, उसने बहुत सारे देशों का इलेक्शन का मतलब समझ के उसकी बेसिस पे डेवलप किया है। आई एम श्योर कि हम लोग इसको यूज़ कर रहे हैं, नहीं एग्जैक्टली इसको, तो उसके अलग अलग फॉर्म में भारत में और उत्तर प्रदेश में इसको डिप्लॉय किया जा रहा है। तो हम इसको ऐसे देखते हैं कि आप अलग अलग एक तरफ आप लाइकलीहुड देखते हैं कि क्या प्रोबेबिलिटी है कि ये चीज़ होएगी, और दूसरी चीज़ है कि उसका रिस्क को कैसे मैनेज किया जा सकता है। इसको 2 एक्सेस पे डाल सकते हैं, और उसको हमने जो राइट हैंड टॉप पे है, जो सबसे ज़्यादा रिस्क के लिए है, उसके लिए हमारे पास डिफरेंट अप्रोच है। और जो थोड़ा कम रिस्क है उसके लिए हमारे पास डिफरेंट अप्रोच है और हम उसके हिसाब से उसको एग्जीक्यूट करते हैं। तो ये इलेक्शन रिस्क का हीट मैप बोलते हैं। आपने जैसे वो बारिश का हीट मैप देखा होगा ना कि इन जगह पे रेड दिख रहा है, इन जगह पे येलो दिख रहा है, यहाँ पे ग्रीन। तो उसी तरह से ये इलेक्टोरल रिस्क का हीट मैप क्रिएट करता है प्रीवियस डेटा और इलेक्शन रिलेटेड इश्यू की बेसिस पे। तो एक कीनिया की स्टडी है। तो 2022 में कीनिया ने बहुत अच्छे इलेक्शन करवाए। उसके पहले उनके यहाँ इलेक्शन में रिगिंग और ये सारी चीज़ें बहुत कॉमन प्लेस थी 17 तक, लेकिन 2022 में उन्होंने इस फ्रेमवर्क का यूज़ किया पर्टिकुलरली। और भी चीज़ें करी लेकिन इसका पर्टिकुलरली बहुत डिटेल यूज़ किया। वो एक केस स्टडी बना है कि ये उन्होंने ऑपरेशनल प्लानिंग और रिस्क मैनेजमेंट फ्रेमवर्क को यूज़ किया। तो सबसे पहले उन्होंने हॉट स्पॉट मैपिंग करी कि इंडिपेंडेंट इलेक्टोरल और जो दूसरी बॉडीज़ हैं उनके बीच कैसे कोऑर्डिनेशन हो। बहुत सारी हम लोगों के यहाँ भी होते हैं, जुडिशरी है, पुलिस है, इलेक्शन डिपार्टमेंट है। तो उसको साथ में लेके उन्होंने हीट मैप जनरेट किया, हॉट स्पॉट जनरेट किया और पुलिस की प्रिपरेशन जो थी उसके हिसाब से उन्होंने बनाई। उसके अलावा उन्होंने क्विक रिस्पांस फोर्सेस भी बनाई कि जरूरी नहीं है कि जिस पे आपने सोचा वहीं पे एक्शन हो, कुछ नया भी हो सकता है। तो हमको क्या समझ में आया कि कॉन्फ्लिक्ट डायनामिक्स आर फ्लूइड। कल को दो ग्रुप के बीच राइवलरी थी, आज वो दो ग्रुप एक हो गए और वो किसी तीसरे ग्रुप के साथ लड़ाई कर रहे हैं। हो सकता है इलेक्शन के प्रोसेस में ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि कहाँ पे हम ये सोच रहे थे कम्युनल टेंशन है और वो कम्युनल टेंशन ना होके वो दो गैंग्स के बीच लड़ाई खुद ही शुरू हो जाए उसी एरिया में। तो ये जो इनकी केस स्टडी थी कीनिया की, वो ये बताती है कि जो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट डायनामिक्स हैं फ्लूइड है, चेंज होती रहती हैं और हॉट स्पॉट क्लासिफिकेशन एक साइकिल से दूसरे साइकिल में चेंज होते रहते हैं। लोग अपने को एडजस्ट करते हैं। जैसे कि आपने क्या किया, आपने सोचा कि ये जो एरिया है कैसरबाग मान लीजिए, इसको आपने रेड स्पॉट में डाला और आपने हैवी फोर्स डिप्लॉयमेंट कर दिया। इस बार अगली बार क्या है, क्रिमिनल्स भी आपसे के साथ या जो ऐसे ग्रुप हैं वो भी आपसे कदम आगे रहना चाहते हैं, है ना। तो वो क्या करेंगे, वो जानेंगे यहाँ पे फोर्स ज्यादा है तो वो अपनी लोकेशन चेंज करके कहीं और ऐसा करने की कोशिश करेंगे। तो आपको अपडेट रहना होगा। जो कीनिया के इलेक्शन ने हमको बताया ये उनका हीट मैप है। तो हमारे यहाँ भी ऐसे बनते हैं। तो जो रेड वाले हैं वहाँ पे हाई प्रोबेबिलिटी हाई रिस्क इवेंट हैं, फिर उसके बाद येलो वाले हैं जो मॉडरेट रिस्क वाले जोन हैं और जो ग्रीन वाले हैं वो लो रिस्क जोन हैं। तो आपने देखा होगा कि जो स्टेट जिनमें लो रिस्क है उसमें हम एक फेज में इलेक्शन कराते हैं, जो हाई रिस्क स्टेट है उसमें 2 या 3 फेज में इलेक्शन कराते हैं जिससे कि डिप्लॉयमेंट उस तरह से हो सके और हम रिस्क को केटर कर सकें। दूसरा एक यूएस का एग्जाम्पल है, हम इंडियन एग्जाम्पल पे भी आएंगे, जिन्होंने साइबर रिस्क के ऊपर बहुत काम किया। क्योंकि अभी हमारे एक बहुत बड़ी टेंशन है कि जो लोग जमीन पे नहीं लड़ते हैं और जो सोशल मीडिया पे और इलेक्शन कमीशन की वेबसाइट्स पे इन सब से डेटा लेने की कोशिश करते हैं। तो उन्होंने उसके लिए एक डेडिकेटेड पोर्टल बनाया और वहाँ से उन्होंने इसके जो रिस्क का असेसमेंट किया और उस पर रिस्पॉन्स किया। तो उनका मतलब पता नहीं अब यूएस कैसे वर्क करता है, इतने सब करने के बाद भी उनको ऐसा आदमी मिला है, खैर वो अलग का विषय है। लेकिन वो अपनी तरफ से जो प्रिपरेशन कर सकते थे उन्होंने इलेक्शन डिपार्टमेंट ने की। सो इट इज रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ पीपल टू फाइंड गुड पर्सन बट रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ लॉ एजेंसीज की जो एक सही फ्रेमवर्क प्रोवाइड करें लोगों के मत को आखिर तक पहुंचाने के लिए। अब हम रीसेंट केस लेते हैं वेस्ट बंगाल का। तो जो अभी चुनाव हुए तो उसमें हम इन 3 लेयर की जिनकी बात करी है हमने शुरू से ही, हमारे पास 5 मिनट और। तो पहला है रिस्क असेसमेंट। तो हमने इंस्टीट्यूशनल कैप्चर रिस्क, तो जैसे एक चीज़ समझ में आई, ये पार्टीशन नहीं है, ये जनरल है, तो आप उसको उसी तरह से समझिएगा कि इलेक्शन के तौर पे। तो एक चीज़ जो सबसे पहले डाउट होती है जो सेंट्रल इलेक्शन कमीशन को, कि जो स्टेट की जो रेगुलेटिंग एजेंसी है दे मे नॉट बी कंप्लीटली इम्पार्शियल या दे मे बी स्लाइटली अलाइंड विद द रूलिंग डिस्पेंसेशन। तो सबसे पहले उनको वो अलग करने की कोशिश करते हैं। दूसरा एक्टर बेस्ड रिस्क, नॉन क्रिमिनल एलिमेंट्स विद जिनको पॉलिटिकल पैटर्नेज मिला हुआ है या जिनके ऊपर वारंट हैं। आप लोग क्या करते हैं कि जैसे इलेक्शन का टाइम आया आइडेंटिफाई किया, उनको पहले अंदर डाल दिया, नहीं। तो दिस इज द पार्ट ऑफ रिस्क असेसमेंट प्रोसेस। तीसरा है डिजिटल रिस्क, है ना, कि वोटर रोल इंटीग्रिटी। तो एसआईआर के थ्रू उन्होंने बहुत सारे जो वो एक्सरसाइज थी जिसपे कॉम्प्रोमाइज्ड इलेक्शन आइडेंटिटीज थी उनको हटाया। दूसरा है वल्नरेबिलिटी मैपिंग, कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी रिस्क रजिस्टर, सेंसिटिव एरियाज आइडेंटिफाइड बाय हिस्ट्री, कास्ट, कम्युनल कॉन्फ़िगरेशन और पॉलिटिकल राइवलरी, इसकी बेसिस पे आपने वो वल्नरेबिलिटी मैपिंग करी। फिर पुलिस स्टेशन क्रिटिकली क्लासिफिकेशन, डिफरेंशिएटेड सिक्योरिटी डिप्लॉयमेंट, तो जो उस तरह के हैं जहाँ पे हिस्ट्री भी रही है, जहाँ पे आपको रिसेंटली भी पता है कि ऐसे इंसिडेंट हुए हैं, वहाँ पे हैवी, इस बार तो खैर वेस्ट बंगाल में जनरली बहुत हाई डिप्लॉयमेंट रहा, मतलब जो सरकारी सेंट्रल फोर्सेस का, बट अदरवाइज you identify कि these are the more risk prone zones. तीसरा है absconding criminal tracking, जो इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया डायरेक्टेड ऑल NBW अरेस्ट बिफोर पोलिंग डे। तीसरा है इंटरवेंशन, तो सारी चीज हम किसके लिए कर रहे हैं? इंटरवेंशन के लिए कर रहे हैं। तो इंटरवेंशन क्या है जिसकी बात कर रहे हैं? 480 CAPF companies deployed in 2 phases. First batch arrived March 1 and then till end of इलेक्शन। GPS ट्रैकर लगे थे सारे CAPF व्हीकल्स पे कि जिससे इलेक्शन के ऑब्जर्वर्स कुड मॉनिटर कि उनका मूवमेंट कैसे हो रहा है। और तीसरा था 2 स्टेट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन रिप्लेस्ड विद इन आवर्स ऑफ शेड्यूल्ड अनाउंसमेंट, है ना। 400+ ऑब्जर्वर्स डिप्लॉयड, लार्जेस्ट इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ वेस्ट बंगाल इलेक्शन। तो ये इस तरह से आपने करने की कोशिश की। अब हम उस चीज पर जा रहे हैं, वी आर मूविंग टुवर्ड्स द एंड ऑफ प्रेजेंटेशन। तो एक चीज है, ये तो आपने सारी प्लानिंग कर ली, रिस्क असेसमेंट प्रॉपरली मेथडोलॉजिकली करा, लेकिन उसके बाद भी काफी सारी चीजें इमर्ज होती हैं और आपको उनको एड्रेस करना है। तो आप एक चीज देखिए क्या कहता है, ये 2-3 हमने न्यूज करी है। पहला है कि ECI ने 26-25 फरवरी को डिसाइड किया कि GPS ट्रैकर लगाए जाएंगे सारे व्हीकल्स पे अहेड ऑफ वेस्ट बंगाल असेंबली इलेक्शन, इन्होंने ये बोला। फिर बीच में क्या हुआ, प्री पोल वायलेंस हो गई। तो इन्होंने अपने हिसाब से प्लान किया था, बट अचानक ऐसी चीज हुई जिसकी उनको ज्यादा उम्मीद नहीं थी। सो जो इलेक्शन कमीशन का 0 टॉलरेंस पॉलिसी थी उसके ऊपर क्वेश्चन मार्क हो गए। और ये अगर आप डेट देख सकते हैं तो 26 मार्च को हुआ, वो 25 फरवरी का न्यूज है, ये 26 मार्च को नई इवेंचुअलिटी आ गई, यानी कि जिसकी आप उम्मीद नहीं कर रहे थे वो वाला रिस्क यहाँ पे आ गया। तब उन्होंने क्या किया, उन्होंने मॉनिटरिंग ऑफ पुलिस बढ़ा दी। सो बेसिकली यू हैव दैट अप्रोच कि आपने पहले सोचा था कि शायद ऐसा नहीं होगा, बट बेस्ड ऑन न्यू एंड इमर्जिंग डेटा आपने उसको चेंज कर दिया एंड टू कंडक्ट फ्री इलेक्शन। तो अभी हम क्या देख रहे हैं कि हम जिन तरह के रिस्क की बात कर रहे थे, अब कुछ नए तरह के रिस्क भी आ रहे हैं। कैसे रिस्क आ रहे हैं? कौन सा रिस्क है ये? एनवायरमेंटल, क्लाइमेट रिस्क। ओके, क्लाइमेट चेंज, सो दैट हैज बिकम अ बिग रिस्क इन 4 or 5 elections across the world in last 3 years. The predominant theme of risk assessment has been climate change. और हम खुद अपने यहाँ देख पा रहे हैं कि अभी गर्मी है, फिर कहीं बारिश हो रही है, कहीं बाढ़ आ रही है, एंड दैट इज द न्यू फ्रंटियर। जो लॉ एजेंसीज हैं उनको कैसे इसको हैंडल करना है, दैट हैज बिकम अ बिग इश्यू। सो इसी ग्रुप ने कुछ एक रिपोर्ट की थी जिसमें उन्होंने बताया कि किस तरह के नए चीजें आ रही हैं जिनसे इलेक्शन अफेक्ट हो रहे हैं। फ्लड है, अर्थक्वेक है, इस तरह के बहुत सारे जो एनवायरमेंटल इश्यू हैं, दे आर बिकमिंग इक्वली डोमिनेंट। सो 2 चीजें, एक साइबर रिस्क जो नया उभर के आ रहा है और दूसरा एक क्लाइमेट रिस्क जो बहुत ज़्यादा आ रहा है। और आगे चल के जैसा हम लोग देख पा रहे हैं परिवर्तन, उस हिसाब से आगे और बड़ा होने वाला है। तो फ्यूचर प्रूफिंग इलेक्शन विल रिक्वायर प्रिपेयरिंग फॉर क्लाइमेट ड्रिवन डिसरप्शन। दिस इज द लास्ट स्लाइड दैट आई हैव, कि जो डिसिप्लिन है वो सिस्टमैटिक रिस्क असेसमेंट का, वो अपनी वल्नरेबिलिटी को खत्म करना है इसके पहले कि जो आपके इलेक्शन के जो दुश्मन हैं वो उसको यूज कर पाएं जहां जहां पे आपके पास कमी है। तो पहला है एंटिसिपेट, डोंट इम्प्रोवाइज। तो आप जितना ज्यादा से ज्यादा डेटा, आजकल हम लोग डेटाबेस डिसीजन मेकिंग की बात कर रहे हैं, जितना ज्यादा से ज्यादा डेटा, इंडिविजुअल डेटा, परसेप्शन, हिस्टोरिकल डेटा, उसको लेके हम अपना इलेक्शन की प्रिपरेशन करेंगे उतना अच्छा रहेगा। दूसरा है कि मैप, डोंट ब्रॉडकास्ट। जरूरी नहीं है कि हम दुनिया को बनाएं कि हमने 460 एजेंसी लगाई, 460 कंपनी लगाई हैं, बट हमारे खुद के लिए जरूरी है कि हमने कहां पे मैप कर दिया। सो उसका कॉमन नॉलेज इतना इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, क्योंकि कॉमन नॉलेज उसको परसेप्शन, उसको प्रिपेयर करने का मौका देता है जो इलेक्शन में खलल डालने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। और तीसरा है कि एक्ट बिफोर एस्केलेशन। सो कोई भी चीज है जितनी जल्दी उसके ऊपर एक्ट हो जाएगा वो एस्केलेट नहीं हो पाएगी, क्योंकि आज के टाइम पे एक जगह का एक इश्यू जो लोकलाइज हुआ करता था आज से 20-25 साल पहले, वो घंटों के अंदर स्टेट वाइड और नेशन वाइड हो सकता है। ये संभावना हमेशा बनी रहती है। That's it. Thank you so much. If there is any question, I can take or I can answer. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. I would like to express our sincere thanks for giving us an excellent coverage to the topic. It was really a meaningful and engaging session. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute privilege to invite respected ADG Law and Order, sir, for taking our next session on countering electoral misinformation, strategies to address disinformation and fabricated content. Sir is a senior 1996 batch IPS officer with extensive experience in policing and internal security. Presently, he is the Additional Director General of Police Law and Order, Uttar Pradesh, and also heads the Uttar Pradesh Special Task Force. A distinguished police officer with nearly 3 decades of service, he has played a pivotal role in combating organized crime and strengthening internal security in the state. Known for his exemplary leadership and operational expertise, he has received several prestigious gallantry and service awards for his outstanding contributions to policing and public safety. May I now request, sir, to please grace us with your inspiring words and enlighten us with your wisdom. The stage is all yours, sir.
Thank you. It's a privilege to share this platform with colleagues from across the world who care about the same thing that we do, the conduct of free and fair and peaceful elections. I want to put forward one simple idea. We once treated rumors and false information as a public relations issue. This is no longer true. What happens in the information space in an election, that decides what happens in the ground. And for the police, countering false information has become a core part of maintaining law and order. I'll try to share a working model that has been built and tested in Uttar Pradesh. And UP happens to be the largest electorate in India. And we have tested this in the 2022 state elections and 2024 general elections. I'll try to take you through the nature of threat and what sense we make of it, and how we have tried to deal with it. Next, please. I'll try to use the words that matter. That is, earlier we used to have this phrase fake news. अब फेक न्यूज जो है ये बड़ा लूज टर्म है. अब इसको हमने 3 हिस्से में बांट दिया है. मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन, जिसका मतलब है कि कुछ लोग ऐसी इन्फॉर्मेशन शेयर कर रहे हैं जो उन्हें लगता है कि सही है, लेकिन वो सही नहीं है. इसमें कोई इंटेंशन खराब नहीं है. दूसरा है डिसइन्फॉर्मेशन. ये फॉल्स कंटेंट क्रिएट किया जाता है ताकि लोगों को बेवकूफ़ बनाया जा सके, डिसीव किया जा सके. और तीसरा है मैल इन्फॉर्मेशन. जब कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन जो सही हो लेकिन उसको कंटेक्स्ट से बाहर निकाल करके कहीं और प्रेजेंट कर दिया जाए. ये तीनों तरह के जो कैंपेन्स हैं, इन तीनों में अलग अलग रिस्पांस की आवश्यकता होती है. जो ऑनेस्ट मिस्टेक है उसमें एजुकेशन की ज़रूरत होगी. अगर कोई डेलिबरेट इन्फॉर्मेशन है, डेलिबरेट फॉल्स इन्फॉर्मेशन है, यानी डिसइन्फॉर्मेशन या मैल इन्फॉर्मेशन है, वहाँ एक्शन की ज़रूरत होती है. कोई भी छोटा कैंपेन छोटा नहीं रहता. ऑटोमेटिक बॉट्स, ऑटोमेटेड अकाउंट्स या ट्रोल आर्मीज, ये किसी भी छोटे से झूठ को एक बहुत बड़े बाढ़ में बदल देती हैं। तो इसलिए हमें उस नेटवर्क के पीछे जाना होता है, वी हैव टू गो आफ्टर दैट नेटवर्क एंड नॉट द कंटेंट। कंटेंट मल्टीप्लाई करता रहेगा, उसके पीछे हम भाग नहीं सकते। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। और ये फॉल्स इंफॉर्मेशन दिखता कैसा है जब स्क्रीन पर, और कैसे आता है? ये एक समस्या है कि इसको आज प्रोड्यूस करना बहुत आसान है। कोई भी अपने मोबाइल का या लैपटॉप का इस्तेमाल करके प्रोड्यूस कर सकता है। और जो पहले तीन हैं, ज्योग्राफिक ट्रांसपोर्टेशन, ज्योग्राफिक ट्रांसप्लांटेशन, टेम्पोरल डिस्प्लेसमेंट और डीकंटेक्चुअलाइजेशन, ये तो कहीं से भी किए जा सकते हैं। डीप फेक्स भी काफ़ी अटेंशन ड्रॉ करते हैं, लेकिन डीप फेक अभी सबसे बड़े प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। जो एवरीडे प्रॉब्लम है वो रिसाइकल्ड और मिसलेबल्ड कंटेंट है। एक और इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ जो हम लोगों ने देखा है कि कोई भी फॉल्सहुड, कोई भी गलत बात बार बार कही जाए तो वो लोग उस पर विश्वास करने लगते हैं। इसलिए एक बार करेक्ट करना या एक बार उसका रिबटल करना काफ़ी नहीं है, इसको बार बार करना पड़ता है, बार बार करेक्शन करना होता है। जो भी स्लाइड में हम लोगों ने बातें लिखी हैं वो किसी टेक्स्ट बुक से नहीं आई है, ये यूपी पुलिस का एक्यूमुलेटेड प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस है। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। कुछ चीज़ें ऐसी हैं जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर प्रॉब्लम में बदल जाती हैं, और ये लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की जो ऑडियंस है आपके लिए इम्पॉर्टेंट है। एक फॉल्स इंफॉर्मेशन स्क्रीन के बाहर आकर एक बहुत बड़े भीड़ में, एक मॉब में बदल जाती है, और ये जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर डिस्टर्बेंस है ये सोसाइटी को डिस्टर्ब कर देता है, और फिर सारे सोसाइटी के प्रोसेसेस को, इंक्लूडिंग इलेक्शंस, उनको डिस्टर्ब करता है। तो सबसे पहले फियर एंड एंग्जाइटी आता है। इस प्रकार की जब कोई समस्या आएगी तो फियर, एंग्जाइटी आएगा हमारे समाज में। उसके बाद कास्ट और कम्युनिटी नर्व को टच करेगा और टेंशन्स बढ़ने शुरू हो जाएंगे, मॉब्स इकट्ठा होना शुरू होंगी। उसके बाद उस जो पुलिस में कॉन्फिडेंस है, पुलिस और एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में कॉन्फिडेंस है, जिसके बल पर हम काम करते हैं, वो पूरी तरह इरोड हो जाता है। और उसके बाद फिर पूरे स्टेट का जो कॉन्फिडेंस है, स्टेट पर जो लोगों का कॉन्फिडेंस है, वो शेक हो जाता है। A society can make correct decisions only when it is getting correct information. जो वोटर है वो तभी अपना सही वोट कास्ट पर कर पाएगा जब उसके पास सही इंफॉर्मेशन आ रही है। अगर फॉल्स इंफॉर्मेशन फ्लड हो गया तो फिर लास्ट मोमेंट पर वो इन्फ्लुएंस हो सकता है, या फिर सामाजिक व्यवस्था ब्रेकडाउन हो सकती है, जो बहुत आसानी से पूरे इलेक्शन को डिस्टर्ब कर सकती है। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। ये 6 जो हैं, ये लगातार जो हमने आप स्क्रीन पर देखेंगे, ये लगातार वो चीज़ें हैं जो हम देखते हैं। these are the recurring drivers। एक है, सबसे पहला है कि कास्ट और कम्युनिटी डिविजन्स को बढ़ाओ। दूसरा है, जो अभी हम लोग बहुत तेजी से देख रहे हैं, कि किसी भी साधारण क्राइम को कास्ट या कम्युनल एंगल दो। तीसरा, कन्फ्लिक्ट को इन्हांस करो। चौथा, ये पेड ट्रोल्स और कमर्शियल बॉट नेटवर्क्स हैं, ये किसी भी छोटे इंसिडेंट को बड़ा बनाएंगी। पांचवा है, हॉस्टाइल कंट्रीज से जो नेटवर्क्स ऑपरेट हो रही हैं या हॉस्टाइल ग्रुप से नेटवर्क्स ऑपरेट हो रहे हैं, वो इसमें इन्वॉल्व हो जाएंगे। और छठा है कि डॉक्टर्ड सर्वेज जो इंडिपेंडेंट रिसर्च की तरह साउंड करेंगे, वो आपको फ्लड करेंगे, यानी आपके माइंड को इन्फ्लुएंस करने की कोशिश करेंगे। The two networks that are growing, that are the fastest growing, are paid commercial networks. और दूसरा है फॉरेन हैंड। आपने सुना होगा कि कोई व्यक्ति, कोई अरबपति अमेरिका में बैठा है, वो चाहता है कि इंडिया में गवर्नमेंट चेंज हो जाए, और वो ये कह रहा है, और साथ में कह रहा है कि मैं इसके लिए 10,000 करोड़ रुपए यानी $1 बिलियन इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए तैयार हूं। इलेक्शंस के पीछे जो खेल है वो इंटरनेशनल है। कोई भी इमर्जिंग कंट्री या कोई भी रिसोर्स रिच कंट्री, वो इंटरनेशनल इन्फ्लुएंस से उसका इलेक्शन डीलिंक नहीं हो सकता। इसको भी ध्यान रखने की आवश्यकता है। कुछ काम है इलेक्शन के बहुत पहले शुरू हो जाते हैं। इलेक्शन के हफ्तों पहले, महीनों पहले सोसाइटी को डिवाइड करना, एग्जिस्टिंग फ्रिक्शंस को एम्पलीफाई करना, कम्युनल ट्विस्ट देना, ये सभी वोटर बिहेवियर को इन्फ्लुएंस करने के लिए इस्तेमाल किए जा रहे हैं। बल्क फेक हैंडल्स ये कमर्शियल बेसिस पे ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं, एंड पेड ट्रोल्स और इन्फ्लुएंसर्स की पूरी आर्मी खड़ी है, जो अलग अलग हाईएस्ट बिडर के लिए काम करने को तैयार है। बाहरी देशों से एक फॉल्स नैरेटिव क्रिएट होता है, जो इतना स्ट्रांग होता है कि उसको फिर हमारी मीडिया भी पिक कर लेती है, और उसके बाद फिर डॉक्टर्ड सर्वे और बैनर्स, ये सभी एनजीओ, ह्यूमन राइट्स ग्रुप्स, ये सब उसको एम्पलीफाई करने लगते हैं। उसके बाद जब जैसे जैसे इलेक्शन करीब आता है, एक दूसरा नेटवर्क शुरू होता है या दूसरा कैंपेन शुरू होता है। ये वोटिंग मशीन्स काम नहीं कर रही हैं। ये वोटिंग मशीन्स में एक पार्टी को वोट दो तो दूसरे पार्टी को रिकॉर्ड हो रहा है। मशीन्स के साथ टैंपर किया गया है। स्ट्रांग रूम कॉम्प्रोमाइज्ड है, और ये आप हर इलेक्शन के पहले, आप अगर इसको नोटिस कर रहे हो तो हर इलेक्शन के पहले शुरू हो जाएगा। अगर कहीं गलती से कोई लैप्स हो गया, जो इतने लेंदी प्रोसीजर्स हैं कि उसमें कोई भी अगर लैप्स हो गया तो उसको इमीडिएटली नेशनल लेवल पे एम्पलीफाई कर दिया जाएगा, भले ही वो इनोसेंट लैप्स हो। अब इसका जो काउंटर मैकेनिज्म है, इसको काउंटर करने का जो मैकेनिज्म है, वो ओपननेस है। हमको ये जनरल इंफॉर्मेशन लोगों को देना होगा कि हमारे मशीन्स कैसे काम करती हैं, कैसे वो टैंपर प्रूफ है, वीवीपैट का क्या मतलब है, स्ट्रांग रूम की सिक्योरिटी कैसे करते हैं हम, मशीन्स को डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कैसे करते हैं हम, उसकी इलेक्शन के पहले चेकिंग कैसे करते हैं। जिनको ये प्रोसीजर्स मालूम है, उनके दिमाग में कोई भी इशू नहीं होता। लेकिन जब कोई बड़ा नेता आकर के ये कहता है कि इस मशीन को टैंपर किया जा सकता है या वो मशीन के अंदर से कोई पूरा उसकी जो सर्किटरी है उसको चेंज करके और दिखाता है कि ये मशीन देखो टैंपर हो गई, तो आधा सच छुपा ले गया कि मशीन वो नहीं है जो होनी चाहिए, इसकी अंदर की सर्किटरी चेंज कर दी गई है। ये सब, नेक्स्ट प्लीज, ये सभी समस्याएं इंस्टीट्यूशनल सैंक्टिटी को इरोड कर देती हैं और उसके बाद फिर एक नया वेव आएगा कि जानबूझ करके कहीं पोलिंग स्लो हो रहा है, कहीं पोलिंग ऑफिसर बायस्ड है, कहीं इलेक्शन कमीशन सुन नहीं रहा है या वो इलेक्शन कमीशन एक्शन नहीं ले रहा है। तो इलेक्शन में रिजल्ट कुछ भी हो, उस रिजल्ट पर पहले ही एक डाउट क्रिएट कर दिया जाता है कि इलेक्शन का जो रिजल्ट है ये डाउटफुल है, और ये बात धीरे धीरे लोगों को बार बार, जो मैंने पहले बताया कि बार बार किसी बात को आप बताएंगे तो धीरे धीरे लोग उस पर विश्वास करने लगते हैं, या पूरे सोसाइटी का एक हिस्सा उस पर विश्वास करने लगता है। और ये डिसइंफॉर्मेशन फिर पब्लिक ऑर्डर को टारगेट करता है। जो वोटर है वो पहले ही अगर उसको हमने इनोकुलेट कर दिया है मिसट्रस्ट से, तो इलेक्शन के समय उसको सड़क पर ले आना या लॉ एंड ऑर्डर प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट करना ये बहुत दूर नहीं है। उसके बाद एक तरफ र्यूमर्स फैलाई जाती हैं कि कुछ वोटर्स को रोका जा रहा है ताकि वो वोटर्स वोट करने ही ना आए या डर जाएं। दूसरी तरफ कुछ ऐसे क्लिप्स ऑनलाइन हो जाते हैं जो शो करते हैं, जो लोगों को प्रोवोक करने की कोशिश करते हैं। जैसे कोई पुराना क्लिप हो, कहीं किसी हादसे का क्लिप, ताइवान में कोई हादसा हुआ हो या मिडल ईस्ट में कोई हादसा हुआ हो, उसको यहाँ दिखा दिया गया, उसको दूसरा रंग दे दिया गया कि ये देखिए यहाँ मॉन्क्स जो हैं वो डेड बॉडी डिस्पोज कर रहे हैं। ये बर्मा, जो घटना बर्मा में हुई उसको इंडिया में दिखा दिया। ये इलेक्शन के पहले बहुत कॉमन है। अब इन सबको रोका कैसे जाए? यूपी पुलिस ने क्या रिस्पांस किया था? नेक्स्ट प्लीज। एक डेडिकेटेड फास्ट फैक्ट चेक सिस्टम की आवश्यकता समझ में आई, और ये ऐसी चीज नहीं जो हम इलेक्शन के समय बिल्ड करते हैं। ये 24/7 365 चलता रहता है। ये परमानेंट कैपेबिलिटी है। 2017 में यूपी पुलिस ने अपना वायरल चेक लॉन्च किया था। ये पूरे इंडिया में पहला पुलिस का प्लेटफॉर्म था जो इस तरह के वायरल न्यूज़ को की फैक्ट को चेक करता था, और उसके बाद फिर जो न्यूज़ गलत होती थी उसको पिन पॉइंट करता था ताकि कोई भी गलत न्यूज़ ना फैले। 2022 में इसको फेसबुक और इंस्टाग्राम पे भी एक्सटेंड किया गया। हेडक्वार्टर्स पर एक परमानेंट मॉनिटरिंग डेस्क बनाई गई। इसका एडवांटेज ये है कि चूंकि ये सिस्टम पुलिस का अंदरूनी हिस्सा है, पुलिस के वर्किंग का अंदरूनी हिस्सा है, तत्काल फील्ड से कोई भी फैक्ट चेक हो सकता है। यानी जो साइबर कंट्रोल रूम है वो अपने कंट्रोल रूम से, संबंधित डिस्ट्रिक्ट से, संबंधित थाने से इमीडिएटली फैक्ट को चेक कर सकता है। इसके अलावा हमारे पास कम्युनिटी आउटरीच के भी नंबर्स हैं। किसी भी विलेज में किसी रैंडम व्यक्ति को तत्काल फ़ोन से हम उससे इंफॉर्मेशन प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। इससे हमारी स्पीड और क्रेडिबिलिटी दोनों अनमैच्ड है, जो बाकी कोई एजेंसी नहीं कर पाएगी। ये हमारा स्ट्रेंथ है। नेक्स्ट, नहीं प्लीज। इसके लिए ह्यूमन कैपिटल की आवश्यकता है। तो हेडक्वार्टर पे एक डेडिकेटेड टीम है। इसके अलावा हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, हर रेंज में और हर जोन में डेडिकेटेड सेल्स हैं जो 112 और 1090 से भी जुड़े हुए हैं, जो हमारे हेल्पलाइन नंबर्स हैं। So with more than 700 trained personnel working directly for the media cell, this is a strong professional force, and it is not a temporary arrangement for the polling day, and that is the reason behind its the success that we can see. And it works on a structure of hub and spoke. Any rumor noticed at the center can be checked at the exact location within a minute, within a few minutes, or within half an hour, because the police has that reach. Our response mechanism, what we popularly call 112, it has that reach, that ability to reach any spot within a few minutes. इस ह्यूमन कैपिटल के ऊपर हमारा टेक्नोलॉजिकल कैपेसिटी है। पहले जो पुराने सिस्टम्स थे, जो वो वेल नोन सिस्टम्स हैं, रिवर्स इमेज सर्च करना, वीडियो वेरिफिकेशन, जियो लोकेशन, मेटा डेटा एनालिसिस, इससे किसी भी फोटोग्राफ के क्लिप के ऑरिजिन्स ट्रेस हो जाते हैं, उसमें क्या मैनिपुलेशन हुआ वो भी ट्रेस हो जाता है। और हमने अपने ह्यूमन कैपिटल को नेशनल लेवल एक्सपर्ट से ट्रेन भी कराया है, क्योंकि हम इसको एक सीरियस प्रोफेशनल स्किल मानते हैं। और इस सब के का कोर है डिसिप्लिन। हम पहले वेरीफाई करते हैं, उसके बाद किसी चीज़ को एम्पलीफाई करते हैं, क्योंकि क्रेडिबिलिटी आवश्यक है। क्रेडिबिलिटी एक बार बनती है, उसको हम लूज़ नहीं कर सकते। तो किसी भी नैरेटिव को फॉल्स कहने के पहले हम उसको बार बार चेक करते हैं। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। हमारा ये 5 स्टेप प्रोसेस है: लगातार मॉनिटरिंग, वेरिफिकेशन, रिबटल, एम्प्लीफिकेशन एंड डेटरेंस। लगातार मॉनिटरिंग के बारे में मैं आपको पहले बता चुका हूँ, वेरिफिकेशन भी और रिबटल। एम्प्लीफिकेशन के लिए ये एक बार, मैंने जैसा पहले बताया, एक बार रिबटल करना आवश्यक काफ़ी नहीं है, क्योंकि वही कंटेंट बार बार आएगा और उसको रिबटल को भी एम्प्लीफाई करना होता है। उसके लिए हम लोगों ने मीडिया वॉलंटियर्स बना रखे हैं, सोशल मीडिया वॉलंटियर्स, और सोशल मीडिया वॉलंटियर्स के माध्यम से जो भी रिबटल हम करते हैं उसको एम्प्लीफाई किया जा सकता है। फाइनली, जो डेटरेंस एंगल है, ये बहुत ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि अगर ये नहीं होगा तो वही प्लेयर्स बार बार मैदान में आएंगे और हम बार बार उसी लड़ाई को लड़ेंगे, और फाइनली हम फ्लड हो जाएंगे। तो एनफोर्समेंट के लिए सेक्शन 79 ऑफ आईटी एक्ट ये इस्तेमाल होता है। यानी कोई भी इंफॉर्मेशन, जो कोई भी प्लेटफॉर्म इस बात के लिए इम्यून है कि उस पर कंटेंट क्या है, जब तक उसको नोटिफाई नहीं कर दिया गया। अगर हम किसी भी प्लेटफॉर्म को नोटिफाई कर देते हैं कि उनका कंटेंट गलत है, मलिशियस है, तो दे हैव टू टेक इट डाउन। तो पिछले इलेक्शन में हम लोगों ने 3412 कंटेंट्स को टेक डाउन किया था, और आप देख सकते हैं ज़्यादातर इसमें इंस्टाग्राम और फेसबुक पे थे, कुछ व्हाट्सएप पे, यूट्यूब, गूगल, टेलीग्राम, स्नैपचैट, ये भी इनके भी कंटेंट को टेक डाउन किया गया था। नेक्स्ट, अब जो लास्ट हिस्सा है, एक हम लोगों ने सॉफ्टवेयर बनाया है जिसका नाम मैट्रिक्स दिया गया है। ये लार्ज कैंपेन्स को ऑर्गेनाइज कैंपेन से लड़ने के लिए है। इसमें हम क्वेश्चन चेंज करते हैं। इंस्टेड ऑफ आस्किंग वेदर वन सिंगल पोस्ट इज ट्रू और फॉल्स, वी आस्क इफ वी आर लुकिंग एट अ कोऑर्डिनेटेड कैंपेन। अगर कोई कोऑर्डिनेटेड कैंपेन चल रहा है उसके बारे में जानकारी मिल जाती है। इस सॉफ्टवेयर के माध्यम से ये सॉफ्टवेयर ऑटोमेटेड कंटेंट्स को डिटेक्ट कर लेता है और जो उसको आर्टिफिशियली पुश कर रहे हैं उसको भी डिटेक्ट कर लेता है। तो इससे हम एक पूरे कैंपेन को एक साथ एड्रेस कर सकते हैं। इंस्टेड ऑफ एक पोस्ट को एक बार रिप्लाई करने की जगह जितनी भी जगह से पोस्ट आ रहे हैं उन सभी को एक साथ रिप्लाई कर सकते हैं, रिबटल कर सकते हैं। और आवर बाय आवर ये ट्रैकिंग ये किसी भी मैसेज को स्प्रेड होने से रोकती है। चूंकि हम 24 घंटा, नेक्स्ट प्लीज, यस दैट्स इट, 24 घंटे हम ट्रैक कर रहे हैं, इसलिए किसी भी कंटेंट को ग्रो करने के पहले इसकी जानकारी प्राप्त हो जाती है। पब्लिक मूड क्या है, उसके फेवर में रिप्लाईज आ रहे हैं या सेंटिमेंट पॉजिटिव है, नेगेटिव है या न्यूट्रल है, इसकी भी जानकारी हो जाती है। जो नेटवर्क जो उस नैरेटिव को क्रिएट कर रहा है उसकी भी जानकारी प्राप्त हो जाती है। और ये नेटवर्क की जानकारी बहुत आवश्यक है। इससे हम उन कुछ अकाउंट्स पर फोकस कर सकते हैं, उनका रिबटल कर सकते हैं जो किसी भी मैल इन्फॉर्मेशन को या मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन को फैला रहे हैं। तो इससे हम अपनी एनर्जीज को डायरेक्ट कर सकते हैं उन लोगों पर जो कोई समस्या क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, जो उसको इनोसेंटली शेयर कर रहे हैं, उन पर रिएक्ट करने की आवश्यकता नहीं। अब अंत में ये कहना चाहता हूं मैं कि ये कोई ऐसी चीज नहीं है जो पुलिस अकेले ही कर ले। इसके लिए जो होल ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच सिस्टम है, होल ऑफ द सोसाइटी रिस्पॉन्स आवश्यक है। बिकॉज एवरीवन इज एट स्टेक, गवर्नमेंट भी स्टेक पर है, लोगों का इंफॉर्मेशन इंडिपेंडेंस भी स्टेक पर है। इसलिए सोसाइटी के नेटवर्क को इस्तेमाल करना, डिजिटल वॉलंटियर्स, डिजिटल वॉरियर्स, ट्रस्टेड वॉइसेस ऑफ द कम्युनिटी, इन सभी को का एक नेटवर्क बना करके इनका रिबटल किया जाता है। और नेक्स्ट प्लीज। लास्ट में मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि हमारा जो रास्ता है वो सिर्फ रिबटल का नहीं है, झूठ को सच करने का नहीं है, ये वोटर को, पब्लिक को इनोकुलेट करने का है। उनको बेवकूफ़ बनाना इतना आसान ना हो, उनको इस प्रकार से एजुकेट करना आवश्यक है। तो स्पीड और वेरिफिकेशन इस सिस्टम का दिल है। स्पीड और वेरिफिकेशन के माध्यम से और टेक्नोलॉजी के और कोऑर्डिनेशन के माध्यम से इसको अपस्केल किया जाता है। अगला स्टेप है जिसको रिसर्चर्स कहते हैं प्री बंकिंग। डी बंकिंग की जगह प्री बंकिंग। हम किसी को चीज़ को झूठ बता रहे हैं उसके पहले हम ये बता दें कि किस प्रकार के झूठ फ्लोट हो रहे हैं या इनोकुलेशन, तो लोग मैनिपुलेशन के लिए पहले से ही प्रिपेयर्ड होते हैं और उसको पहचान लेते हैं. So protecting information around an election is now the same as protecting law and order and public trust. This, I'll leave you with this. Thank you. And I'd be glad to hear your own experience and any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, sir. The perspective you shared on the topic added great depth to the discussion and resonated strongly with the audience. Once again, thank you for making the session meaningful and engaging. Dear audience, I have the distinct pleasure of introducing our next guest speaker, Shri Kapil Sharma, for taking the session on effective media engagement and communication management in electoral environment. Shri Kapil Sharma is a senior electoral management professional and domain expert on election-related issues with the Election Commission of India. Earlier, he had served as State Sweep Nodal Officer, State Media Nodal Officer in the Office of Chief Electoral Officer, Bihar. He has extensive experience in electoral planning, voter awareness, strategies, sweep, media management, accessibility initiatives, and capacity building. He also received the State Best Electoral Practice Award during the Bihar Assembly Election 2020 for developing effective voter awareness strategies, and received National Award for countering misinformation and media management during Bihar Legislative Assembly Elections 2025. May I now invite Shri Kapil Sharma, who has joined us online, to please share his views and experience on the topic.
All senior officials, colleagues, namaskar. So today we are discussing a very important topic that is related to the maintenance of law and order during elections. So this thematic workshop is one of the best practices jointly conducted by Office of the Chief Electoral Officer, Uttar Pradesh, in collaboration with IIDM, India International Institute of Democracy and Election Management. So in this session, we will discuss effective media management, communication management, and the electoral environment. So this is one of the most important subjects for all stakeholders involved in the electoral process, whether they are political parties, election officials, voters, or media organizations. The first question that comes to mind is, why does media management matter in elections? So first, I like to just discuss the base of this topic. When I discuss the base of this topic, then it will be very easy to understand my next slides. The answer is very simple, why media management matters in conduct of elections. So elections are not only about conducting polls. They are also about ensuring that accurate information reaches every stakeholder at the right time. Effective media management helps build public trust, counter misinformation, promote transparency, and create a conducive electoral environment. So it serves as a bridge between election authorities and citizens, voters, ensuring that the democratic process of elections remains informed, inclusive, credible, and transparent. So first, I like to begin by emphasizing that the election period is a time of extremely high public attention. Multiple stakeholders are involved, including political parties. There is no need to change slide because I'm just describing the base of this topic. After that, I'll start I'll go one by one this slide. So we must understand the role of social media in this context. Social media intermediaries or political platform like Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, there are multiple platforms we can see. So we must understand the role of social media platforms, intermediaries, in terms of conduct of elections. So that are often reluctant to take direct responsibility for regulating content. They tend to look for opportunities within legal gray areas and loopholes. They also say again and again this thing that we are not following law of the land, because they think that they are multinational companies and following international standards of freedom of expression. So apart from this, while most platforms have established public grievance officers, and they have also established some kind of grievance redressal mechanism, but these systems have not always been effective in addressing issues arising from the algorithm used by social media platforms. So during the period of conduct of elections, these algorithms tend to promote content that is sensational, controversial, and emotionally charged, because such content attracts greater engagement and viewership. So as a result, even unverified information can gain visibility. Most social media platforms rely heavily on user reporting and community feedback mechanism to identify misleading content. So it means the auditing of that content is also coming from the public. But when content is linked to issues such as caste, religion, identity, or other sensitive social matters, people often share and promote it based on their emotions, beliefs, or existing narratives rather than verified facts. So this creates controversies. This also creates conflict. So in many cases, platforms interpret widespread sharing and engagement as a reflection of public perception. Consequently, content may continue to circulate regardless of whether it is factually correct, verified, accurate, or not. So decisions regarding the removal or restriction of such content are often delayed and may occur only after security agencies or police agencies or competent authorities intervene and provide specific inputs. There was a process to take down of these unverified posts and facts available on social media platforms. Earlier that was 96 hours, now that is reduced to 3 hours. And Ministry of Broadcasting is also in touch with these social media intermediaries to reduce the time, to take real-time actions on this. So a further challenge during election is the limited time available also, because elections are conducted within a fixed and relatively short period, while misinformation and disinformation can spread rapidly and at a massive scale. Although false information can be created and circulated within minutes without verifying facts, people are circulating it from one WhatsApp group to second WhatsApp group. So the conduct of investigations, identifying offenders, and taking legal action require time, and it will be done under due process. So it takes time, but there is limited time period for election period. So it will be very tough for security agencies to monitor each and every disinformation, fake news incident and take appropriate action at real-time basis. Therefore, monitoring every incident sometimes another emerging challenge is that misinformation is often generated and disseminated from outside the country. So in such cases, the operators responsible for creating and spreading the misinformation may be beyond the immediate jurisdiction of our security agencies and law enforcement mechanism. So this also creates a new and complex challenge. we are increasingly witnessing the involvement of international networks and coordinated influence operations that become active during elections in specific countries. So these actors may attempt to shape public opinion, amplify some narrative divisions, undermine trust in democratic institutions through their digital reach. So when the source of misinformation is located outside national boundaries, identifying the perpetrators and verifying their intent and taking timely legal action becomes significantly more difficult. So the traditional enforcement mechanism may not be sufficient, and international cooperation is often required. So this is one of the emerging challenges facing election management bodies and security agencies today. So ensuring the integrity of the electoral process now requires not only managing domestic misinformation, but also addressing cross-border information threats in an interconnected digital environment. So coming back to my presentation, because I have discussed most of the important point of this topic. So in this slide, I have explained most of the points. So the why strategic media management is essential, because there is high public attention and political sensitivity. And whenever there will be delayed official communication, it will create rumor proliferation, premature victory claims, political confrontation. Any viral misinformation create public distrust, and lack of transparency also creates violence and other problems in front of security agencies. So the key message of conducting free, fair, transparent elections is to disseminate fast, transparent, and verified facts. So it will ensure peaceful electoral environment. Next. These are some key challenges I have already discussed with you. Fake news, deep fakes, breaking news competition, because there is a competition among all the news channels. So they are promoting sometimes unverified facts. They are reporting those things, and people are believing on them, because in India or the globe, news is the medium by which people get accurate information. They think that they believe this thing. So the unverified reporting is also our biggest challenge in front of election management bodies while conducting elections. Political pressure and AI generated misinformation is a new form of challenge in front of security agencies, because by using AI generated misinformation, there are some practices which are going to manipulate public perception to set their narratives. So these are some challenges I've already discussed. Whenever there will be a delayed information, it will create information vacuum. Information vacuum attracts rumors and deepfakes, and this will create political polarization. Whenever political polarization will take place, some kind of public distrust will come, and it will create risk of unrest. And this will also come with challenge in front of security agencies and as well as election management bodies. So there is a need of accuracy, verified facts, and one channel of information by which any stakeholder can get accurate information at real time. Next. These are some managing tools or information threats during elections I have already discussed. 2 global lessons. Estonia has established one cyber security focused, if not visible. Estonia and South Korea. So South Korea has issued some AI governance model in front of for the security agencies and election management officials to deal with all these issues and cyber security threats. Estonia is also working on some cyber security focus strategies because they are using online method of voting. So these are some global lessons with us. Next. So what would be a good strategy for dealing all this thing as an election officer, as an election management body, as an election management agency? First, during elections, all the results should come from centralized official results portal. Point two, there will be some scheduled media briefings by which security agencies or media management institutions can disseminate accurate information among public, various stakeholders, voters. There should be verified social media communication channels as our security agencies are using or election management institutions are using. And there should be a timely official update of every news. So by doing this, there will be no vacuum for the fake news. By doing so, there will be no vacuum for the misinformation. And whenever any misinformation comes, there will be accurate information at the real-time base. So it will work as an immediate clarification mechanism. Next, some basic practices which we can adopt for the core operational components, that media control room, fact check cell, social media monitoring team, spokesperson unit, technical result desk. So election management bodies can use these core operational components across the globe to deal all these things, misinformations and fake news. Since the biggest challenge during election is ensuring peaceful counting activity. So there should be some kind of specific pre-counting activities in context of media management also. So it will ensure post-result peace after completion of election. Next. This is one of the important slides which I like to discuss. As ADG sir was saying, that this is the responsibility of all the stakeholders to ensure peaceful elections, because this is not only be ensured by the security agencies or the election management body. It needs a collaboration and support from all the stakeholders. So media management companies is one of the important stakeholder to deal all with this thing. So there are some transparency models also from election management agencies, and as well as for there should be some kind of media management, media ethics, which can be ensured by media also. So first, I like to discuss those points which will be ensured by election management. That is CCTV coverage of polling booth, strong rooms and counting centers, so that any stakeholder can get actual real-time information, round-wise public results updates, and it will be disseminated among all the stakeholders. Observer access, public display of result sheets, parallel verification system, and public audit procedures. As for example, in India, we publish results online from election results. Apart from that, there are some, we have one ECI net application by which anybody can get all the real-time updates from the one source application. So there should be one application or one source of application by which anybody can get real-time updates, results, and any other information. Next. Technology is also very important because we are also facing AI challenge in front of us. AI-assisted rumor detection, we have to work upon that. Also, there should be some kind of backup communication channel so that any disruption which can be created by any cyber attack, we can secure data transmission, or we can deal with that situation also. So keeping all these things, we have to work on technological aspect also. AI media monitoring, encrypted transmission, dashboard analytics, and social listening tools are also there to deal with all this misinformation and information related disruptions during conduct of elections. These are some comparative election management body examples. Like in Brazil, they are using integrated center for confronting disinformation and defending democracy. Fiji, they are using election office track social media projections, fake results, coordinating with telecommunications and media authorities. So these are some 3 or 4 examples from election management bodies across the globe. These countries are working on those technologies which are dealing with miscommunication. Next. So should be some kind of joint stakeholders briefing also, where we can call media organizations, election observers, civil society or organizations, district administration, police and security, political parties, for confidence building, for crowd management, for information dissemination. So it will bring a smooth conduct of election during the election period. A peaceful election requires a very good coordination among all these stakeholders. Next. These are some more global examples in front of you, so which you can get from this PPT. I'll share with you all. Next. I've already discussed all these things in earlier slides, that we have challenges. We should have fact-checking mechanism, AI-based media monitoring, media ethics, and rapid response information units, conduct mock communication drills, integrate cyber security teams with media cells. So these are some practice which can enable our system to be more active against misinformation, and it will also bring a robust media management for the smooth conduct of elections. Next. So the final message is, whenever we go for a smooth conduct of election management, we need transparency plus speed of the information. Means all the information should be accurate and should be generated from one uniform source, and it should be verified also. So it will bring electoral trust. So whenever electoral trust will be there, elections will be conducted smoothly, free, fair, and transparent. Thank you very much.
An insightful presentation. Your perspective on the topic has given us all a lot to think about. Thank you so much. Slowly, we are coming towards the end of this one-day international conference. Respected dignitaries, before you leave us, we would love to present you the famous ODOP mementos as a reminder of your time here at this conference. We truly appreciate the time and effort all of you took to be with us and share your journey. Thank you so much. To present the memento to Honorable DG Sir, I request respected CEO Sir to please come forward and do the honors. I now request respected ACO Sir to please present the memento to Professor Kshitij Awasthi Sir. As we draw this successful conference to a close, I would like to express our deepest appreciation for the efforts that made today's conference possible. To formally deliver the vote of thanks, I would like to invite my dear friend and colleague, Shri Amit Singh, Deputy Chief Electoral Officer, Uttar Pradesh. Shri Amit Singh is serving as Deputy Chief Electoral Officer, Uttar Pradesh in the office of Chief Electoral Officer, Lucknow. He has extensive experience in election administration and electoral management, with responsibilities spanning electoral roll revision, voter registration, election preparedness, capacity building, and coordination with district election authorities across the state. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Shri Amit Singh.
थैंक यू वर्मा जी। आज की इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का मुख्य विषय जो मेंटेनेंस ऑफ लॉ एंड इलेक्शंस, ये ईसीआई ने उत्तर प्रदेश को एक टॉपिक दिया, और चूंकि एडी सर भी हैं, आप सभी लोग बैठे हैं, तो मेरे ख्याल से लॉ एंड ऑर्डर जो है हमको बिल्कुल सही विषय मिला। तो इसको हम ईसीआई की तरफ से लगभग 35 कंट्रीज़ का, मतलब इंडिया को जोड़कर 35 कंट्रीज़ का हम लॉ ऑर्डर का स्टडी कर रहे हैं। मतलब उत्तर प्रदेश ये काम कर रहा है, जिसमें डिफरेंट कॉन्टिनेंट्स के करीब 34 कंट्रीज़ हैं। वहाँ पे लॉ ऑर्डर की सिचुएशंस में, जैसा सर ने बताया कि मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन, डिसइन्फॉर्मेशन, शुरुआत में बताया गया था क्या लीगल फ्रेमवर्क्स हैं, इलेक्ट्रल ऑफेंसेस क्या होते हैं, रिस्क असेसमेंट क्या है। जैसे इंडिया के परिप्रेक्ष्य में वैसे हम 34 कंट्री का स्टडी कर रहे हैं, और उसी का एक पार्ट था कि जिसमें हमने उत्तर प्रदेश से बाहर के यूनिवर्सिटी, जैसे सुबह के टॉपिक में हिमाचल प्रदेश के लॉ यूनिवर्सिटी के प्रोफेसर थे, भूटान की ईएमबी के डायरेक्टर थे, अभी जस्ट कपिल जी जो डोमेन एक्सपर्ट ट्रिपल आईडीएम बिहार के मीडिया नोट अफसर थे, सर एडीजीएलओ साहब का प्रेजेंटेशन था, क्षत्रिय अवस्थी जी का प्रेजेंटेशन था। तो ये एक पार्ट था हमारी थीम का, जिसमें हमें स्टेक होल्डर पार्टिसिपेशन के तहत आप सभी से कम्युनिकेट करना था। और इसमें मैं मुख्य निर्वाचन अधिकारी महोदय का धन्यवाद करूंगा कि सर ने शुरू से अंत तक हमको लगभग हर प्रशिक्षण में, जब भी कोई ट्रेनिंग और कॉन्फ्रेंस होती है, सर शुरू से रहते हैं। एडिशनल सीईओ सर भी यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं। मैं एडीजीएलओ सर का, क्षत्रिय अवस्थी जी का, इसके अलावा जो पार्टिसिपेंट हमारे सामने पुलिस विभाग के ऑफिशियल्स, हमारे मजिस्ट्रेट, स्टेट लेवल मास्टर ट्रेनर्स, हमारे बीएलओ सुपरवाइजर्स, और हमारे जितने भी सीईओ ऑफिस के ऑफिशियल्स एंड कर्मचारी हैं, मैं सभी को बहुत धन्यवाद करूंगा कि आपने सुबह से चल रही अब तक वनडे इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में हमें सुना, सभी को सुना। मैं आप सभी का धन्यवाद करता हूं। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, Amit ji. And thank you so much for patiently listening to the one-day international conference. I'm sure everyone in this room will walk away with practical takeaways. Thank you. Have a safe journey. Enjoy the rest of your day.